You're live.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to the final day of our live coverage of the extraordinary rendition hearing of Julian Assange. I'm Steve Poikinen. I'm joined this morning by my co-host Andrew Smith and uh, our special overseas contributor. I have no idea how to fucking pronounce your last name, Nikki. I have no clue.
Oh, don't worry, nobody does. It's
All right.
almost like Kostakidis. It's similar. Nikki Konstantinidis.
Konstantinidis. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Fair enough. So we're actually ahead of court right now. We found out about 45 minutes or an hour ago that they were adjourning court. They were pushing the pause button on court until 11:30 in the morning British time, which is in about 25 minutes. There's going to be a number of witness statements. They had to speak with Vanessa Breitzer about, including additional statements from, let me see if I make sure I get this right. Gareth Pierce has 5 different statements requiring additional deliberation. Michael Teagar has a statement requiring further discussion. There, we should have an update. Excuse me, on the Spanish proceedings. Those the 2 anonymous witnesses from UC Global that testified yesterday. That was arguably like the biggest turn of events in this case so far. We can discuss that a little bit after I had done catching everybody up. And the defense has planned a submission on the changes made to the original indictment. So this is going to be the first day. The last day is the first day where any discussion on the Department of Justice's latest superseding indictment is going to enter into these proceedings. Because, you know, we live in a fucking cartoon. So why not wait until the very last minute to talk about it, since they waited till the very last minute to submit it. Then we'll have about a 6-week period where the prosecution and defense prepare and submit their closing arguments. That's going to take place sometime in November. We'll cover it, but because I believe they're just going to be submitted in written form, we won't have any sort of like live feed or the ability to hear oral arguments. So I don't know, we'll do the best we can with that. And then at some point in January, Judge Vanessa Breitzer will render her decision, and we'll go from there, and we'll figure out exactly where our energies are going to be focused, I suppose. Whether it'll still be in the UK or whether it'll be here right around the Alexandria Detention Center, which, you know, fortunately or not, is a facility that we're already familiar with. How you doing this morning, Sparky?
Wonderful. How are you?
So my body fucking gave up on me yesterday.
Oh,
I just fucking shut down, and I slept from like, okay, so it was 102 at work yesterday, and I left at like 2, and it was 104 by the time I got home. And I slept till like 7, woke up, ate half a pork chop, and then fell back asleep until my second alarm was going off at 5 after 2. And here I am.
aside from the eating pork chops and being 104, my day was pretty similar.
Yeah. I recommend that at some point in the next like 48 hours, just so you can catch up, you go to the grocery store and get yourself some pork chops.
Yeah, I need some.
This morning's first half hour is sponsored to you by America's Pork Council.
Did you? Did we get witness statements released at the end of the court yesterday?
Yeah, Tarek has them.
Okay, cool.
So if you go to tarekhadad.com,
He took down those
click
two.
on
He took out those last two witness statements. He said on Twitter.
No, he said he's got them.
He took down the ones from UC Global. They weren't
and
supposed
replaced
to be
them with new ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's links to him in that thread where he talks about it.
Okay, because I wasn't sure if he had yanked the whole things.
No,
because I didn't get a chance to put my article together last night. I was just done.
Yeah.
Can we download them, because there's a risk that his site might be attacked? So
yeah, I mean, you could what I recommend anyone doing. Anyone can make a submission to the Internet Archive or the Wayback Machine. So if you get on that,
yeah, that's right. Yeah, so if they take down his site, we can use the Wayback Machine to go to the site before it was taken down.
I would recommend that people do that with any reporting on this case. Like, take screenshots or send submissions to Internet Archive.
Mm.
All right, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Don't threaten me, buddy.
So I have both of the statements downloaded now, so that's super exciting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually about to just print them because they're not that long. It's only like 9 pages each.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to start reading through these?
I don't know why you would want to do that at 10 after 3 in the morning.
That's fair.
I really don't.
I think the summaries we got on Twitter are probably quite reliable. And we've had so much, well, we who follow the alternative media have lots of information. However, perhaps for those who are just discovering slow news, maybe Steve, you're good at giving really quick, short summaries, even at 3 in the morning.
So, God, now I got to remember what happened yesterday. I've tried to explain how all of these occur in a blackout, right? Like, I've been pretty fucking upfront about that. I have really zero recall of what was said or discussed. Basically, what happened is the first witness statement that was read was from UC Global's co-founder, who I think it was Ed Fitzgerald who read the statement out to the court, but it could have been Mark Summers. I'm not 100% on that. Feel free to correct me in the chat or point it out in the chat if you know, which means I should probably open the chat too. I'm fucking on it. At any rate, UC Global's original co-founder, 50% owner with David Morales, said that in 2017, Morales went to a conference at the Las Vegas Sands Hotel. The co-founder was like, "Hey, I'll go with you," and Morales was like, "Nah, we're good, I'll go." So he goes by himself. He comes back bragging about a flashy contract that he had secured while in Vegas. They were going to be, the contract was for providing security for one of Sheldon Adelson's boats, which at the time was already fully staffed with security. So, a dummy contract was presented to David Morales and UC Global. In reality, what they were doing was going to work for what Morales referred to as their American friends. And when pressed, admitted to his partner that American friends meant U.S. intelligence. So the partner knew for at least a year while he continued to be the co-founder of UC Global that they were working directly for U.S. intelligence. They put in brand new security cameras, visible security cameras, changed out every single one in the embassy. And while they were doing that, They were also doing things like bugging fire extinguishers and installing cameras and microphones that were hidden throughout all of the common spaces in the embassy, as well as every part of Julian Assange's residence that they possibly could. There was a camera and microphone set up directly in front of the women's bathroom and a microphone set up inside of the women's bathroom, because that's where Julian had taken to having his meetings with his attorneys, because he, for very good reason, was concerned about the possibility of his rooms being bugged. We found out through the second witness that he was being asked to go place these stickers on every window throughout the entire Ecuadorian embassy that were like, this building protected by CCTV or some shit like that, but what the stickers really were a way for a surveillance team to break through the white noise machine that Assange had going in the embassy to countermeasure to surveillance. So they take a seriously legit fucking laser pointed at this sticker, and they're then able to pick up sound vibrations that they can then reconstruct on the other end to put back together the conversation as it's happening in real time on the other side of the window with the white noise machine. The same employee was the employee that was instructed to root through garbage cans, trying to steal a diaper so that they could test it for DNA. And the employee, God bless him for it. That was the point where he was like, okay, fuck, I've had enough. And he told Stella Morris about it. Was like, hey, the company I work for isn't just providing standard security here at the embassy. In fact, I was asked to go follow you out and root through the trash, and here's why. Which I'm sure confirmed basically every up until that point accusation of paranoia on the part of Julian Assange and the people that were with him regularly in the room. And just holy fuck, dude. I don't know. The extent to which the Central Intelligence Agency and the State Department and Donald Trump's biggest donor and buddy, ultra-Zionist Sheldon Adelson, have gone to crush freedom of the press and one journalist in particular, as just we're so far past the realm of fiction here that it could only be the reality of the situation. It's
The
how
use of
far outside
technology,
the scope of fucking ridiculousness we are.
the use of technology is pretty disturbing because it shows just how dystopian everything's become. Because you have literal, if you remember your V for Vendetta, the little triangles with the laser pointer that pops up is a white noise machine. It stops standard audio recording where you record something or videotape something, all you hear is that psh in the background. So
laser mics aren't even new. They've been using that
Right.
shit for a long time.
Right. So they point a laser at a window and use the window as essentially what becomes the audio device for them to be able to listen back to it. And the fact that there's this cat and mouse game inside of the fucking Ecuadorian embassy going on while the entire outside of the building is surrounded by cameras in and of itself is just this is the epilogue to, or not epilogue, the prologue to Orwell. This is, as this technology is ramping up, it's literally just in our faces that it's being used to target journalists and people that expose crimes. And that's just crazy.
I mean, I agree. It's fucking, it feels trite to say it at this point. It really does. I wish I never would have started saying it in the fucking first place. My God, we live in a fucking cartoon, dude. It's bad. It's just, makes me want to fight. This is why we joke so much, because the alternative is just to scream. I don't think anybody wants to tune into people just screaming into the microphone. There's not even like a really bad bass line behind it. We can't pretend it's hardcore.
We could start beatboxing.
That's not hardcore, Andrew.
That's not hardcore. You need like a 17-year-old drunk kid to play drums for us, and then we'd have a proper hardcore band. Except for I don't live anywhere near the suburbs, so the chance of me finding somebody that would enjoy hardcore is pretty slim.
What other witnesses did we have yesterday? Did Andy Worthington ever end up taking the stand?
He didn't physically take the stand. He was feeling ill. So they just read his statement into the record.
Okay.
And in fact, there wasn't today we're not even going to have a live witness. This is all just going to be them going through the witness statements basically as fast as they can. Is the impression that I'm getting.
So this is officially then the last day of court proceedings?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although that could change, with this.
Yeah.
Might have surprises. Anyway, Mary Kostakidis confirmed that evidence has been given by the two convicted felons in relation to the new allegations in the superseding indictment. So I guess
nothing like some credible FBI and pedophile witnesses.
Yeah. Well, as I said earlier, it's a bit like the Roadrunner show, isn't it? Willie Coyote is going to get that bomb exploding in his face again. So,
I mean, here's hoping. It is. People talk about Stalin's show trials like they're not happening in the West. People talk about that shit like it only happened, prior to the Korean War, and we've just moved beyond that. And then yet here we are in inarguably the biggest fucking stitch up in modern human history.
Well,
and it's barely receiving any media coverage while it's happening.
Well, I'm sure that, the leading Soviet papers at the time weren't covering Stalin's cases either, other than a little note at the bottom telling you how many people were hanged for treason that morning. Like,
that's fair.
The uniformity of an obedient media when they're aware that they live under a fascist regime is pretty fucking wild to behold,
Yeah. Especially in real time, trying to get them to speak up.
Yeah,
that's the
because ultimately they know who they're working for, and certainly the people in corporate media. That's why they fucking cry like they're fucking 6 years old with a skin knee when you're like, you work for your advertisers and the people who monitor your content. You need to fess up to that, buddy. You're a fucking low rent actor and a stenographer to power. Like, I'm sure people don't want to be told that, but fuck, look at your job. Are you sacrificing anything to report the news? No, you're putting on an $8,000 suit to go read words off a screen that make people more comfortable with state violence, and make people more comfortable with surveillance, and make people more comfortable with each and every right and civil liberty that gets removed from us. It's not being a news person. It's not being a journalist. It's being a fucking salesman.
Literally just the PR arm of the State Department and private intelligence companies.
Yeah, Frank Zappa said that politics is the entertainment division of the military-industrial complex,
And nothing
and that
highlights
makes
that
the media
better
like the
than
fucking
Tuesday.
sports announcers. They're just doing a play-by-play of Empire, and they're getting paid by the Empire to do it.
There's a reason I have a picture of Frank Zappa behind me.
I don't think I have any current pictures of Frank Zappa. I've owned several.
My kid's mom actually drew me a really nice one
Right on.
for my birthday one
There's
year.
a picture of Tom Waits in my kitchen.
Nice.
Yeah.
So this is as of yesterday, and I don't know if this is new news or not, but this is just in the thread talking about the witness statements from UC Global. Apparently, there's a reporting block on Stefania Maruzzi's testimony. And it cannot be published in full. I didn't know if we had talked about that yesterday.
No,
I was just reading that.
it's go ahead.
Yeah. Tarek says, Stefania says, no, apparently it can't be published in full, referring to her statement. Tariq Haddad replies, the matter has been discussed with Mark Summers and the barrister, and I was told by the clerk of court after asking that permission has been granted, and I have an email to that effect. So Stefania says, if you checked with them, it's just fine with me. So apparently that is cool to go through now. So I'm glad to hear that. I will try to get all of the witness statements. I know Tarek has them in one place. I will try to put them in another place for everybody and then make a downloadable archive. So
we should ask Patrick Anderson, who built the WikiLeaks bibliography.
Yes, I would love to do that.
Yeah. Reach out to that kid.
Could I ask a question about Julian's categorization in the prison? Because I was under the impression from the information out there that he was always a category A prisoner. And somebody told me yesterday that he wasn't always, that he was a category B prisoner. Does anyone have information on that? At which stage he was A or B, or was he always A?
I'm not sure. I know that he's been treated the same since he got into Belmarsh.
Yeah.
So I don't know how they do their categorizing over in the UK, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I did an FOI on that, and I was told that in the interest of respecting his privacy, which was never respected before, so they invoked privacy laws and said that they can't tell me what category he. I mean, I don't see why that's private. That's not private information. I mean, it's just about his administrative categorization.
Well, if this case has shown us anything, embarrassing information is private information. So they may not want the public to know how they've miscategorized or categorized him and then acted in ways that are against their own categorization processes.
Yeah, and I was speaking with somebody yesterday as well about voluntary confinement in the healthcare unit after that video came out with him fraternizing with the other inmates. And that was embarrassing for the governor and the prison, so they stuck him in the healthcare unit. And I was talking with Nina Cross, actually. She's written some excellent articles about Julian. And so we had a short discussion about the formal segregation rules and the formal segregation reviews. And it seems that she brought up Rule 45 of the prison rules, and apparently there are very strict protocols about when and how you get to segregate somebody from the rest of the crowd. So it seems that at this stage we want to find out how that was done, because it seems that there were problems with the segregation review procedure. I'm going to try and get in touch with somebody called Professor Marcello Danoli, who wrote a book called The Indicter. And apparently that book is quite informative on aspects like that. I think I haven't read the book. I found out about it yesterday.
What was that website that you were using for Freedom of Information Acts that we had talked about on
It's
Tuesday?
called What Do They Know? The good thing about that website is that
I just dropped the link into my chat.
Yeah.
I can do that in the other two. Sorry.
the good thing about that website is that once you do an FOI, it's public. So even if you don't succeed in getting the information, if the questions are good, it gets other people thinking about the questions. And sometimes the questions are just as important or more important than the answers. So better to have intelligent questions than stupid answers, right? So they're, I think, very useful in getting the message out. And I think it's whatdotheyknow.com or something like that, Gov UK, something like that.
Yep. I just dropped it in chat for everybody.
Yeah. Well, I've got one that's public. Most of my FOIs I've done via email, but it's a very useful site. So I used it for my FOI on the ministerial briefs of ministers dealing with the Assange case.
So Martin O'Connor has a question. If the UC Global case hasn't reached a ruling by January 2021, does it mean the Beratzer cannot include this evidence into Julian's case as it hasn't been proven yet?
It doesn't matter because
I didn't think it did.
It doesn't, because the evidence was given in her court in the UK. She doesn't have to take, in any case, a ruling from a foreign country, a court from a foreign country, is not binding on any judge in the UK. So this was done the proper way. The evidence was, examined in the UK court.
See, now that's interesting because the UK prosecution, the prosecution team for the US in Vanessa Baratzer's UK courtroom is using evidence from previous court cases in the US and using like US rule of law as their sort of guidelines for.
Yeah, that's different though. That's different because they're discussing,
Because
they are having discussions about the US law, and they're having, and they're not using the US rulings in the sense of in a binding sense, trying to bind her to a particular precedent. They're using it as, in many cases, as question of fact. It's different. It's relevant to bring up the US law in this context before Beratzer, but it's not necessarily, she could take into account a foreign ruling, but as evidence of fact rather than as a ruling that binds her as to the law, as to the way she must decide under the law, under the UK law. But the best way to do it is the way that the legal defense has done it so far, is to bring the evidence directly into Baratzer's court.
So we have a minute ago an update by the Defense Assange account. They say, back from recess to say that the parties are making progress but are still working. We'll be back at 2 p.m. London time to finish the testimony phase today.
Right. Okay. So it doesn't look like much will be happening.
Because I think that's 11 o'clock your time, Steve?
11:30 in London right now, yeah.
Yeah.
And
so it's an hour and a half from now, so it'd be 5 a.m. my time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you probably could have slept in today.
Now they tell us.
Later.
Yeah, that would put us at 8 o'clock my time.
Mm.
And then they're probably going to go to lunch, would be my guess. They're going to be like, okay, we're back. We figured it out. Now it's time to go to lunch. We'll see everybody back at 3.
Oh, dear.
And then they'll bring in a speed reader for the witness statements, but the speed reader only knows how to communicate in like an obscure Turkmenistan farming community language. And then that'll just be the transcript for the witness statements.
Oh, about the transcript, Mary Kostakidis tweeted something on that, saying that she was told she can't have what was she told? She can't have the transcript. Let me just find it. I don't want to misquote her. Transcript, where is it? Maybe I missed it. No, today's time. Anyway, that apparently she can't have them because, here we are. The transcripts will not be, an hour ago she tweeted this. She says the transcripts will not be released because the request came from one Aussie journo listening remotely, not the Press Association. How ridiculous is that? I mean, she's allowed access via link. It's not access only to UK journalists. It's access to all journalists who requested.
I thought it was open justice.
Yeah.
Well, only if you're part of the AP. You can't have open justice for an Australian nobody. What are you talking about, John?
I'm going to go make some more coffee and hunt down some ibuprofen. I'll be back in a few.
The Press Association, not the AP, but the PA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, at this point, if they want to play ball that way, we need to FOI the recordings that the court may have made of the proceedings.
I think getting the recordings out is going to be one of the most important things, whether it comes out through a court release or through other means. Getting what happened here in full public scrutiny, I think.
We ain't getting none of that.
Yeah, I mean, we can try at the very least.
Yeah, we'll try. They will probably answer with, "We neither deny nor confirm that we have recordings."
Yeah, I really don't see him giving those out.
Well, we will persist.
Oh, I hope so. I mean, yeah, we need to try, but I have very little hope for this process.
Yeah. Well, if somebody actually knew whether they had them, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to know whether they have them. But you know, if Baretza really has changed course and her heart has opened to love and humanity, she can prove it now.
I wonder if she's heard the Who's singing Down in the Village yet, like all the Christmas tunes, and her heart grew 3 sizes.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Oh no, she did not.
It's a reference to a Christmas movie called The Grinch.
Okay, I don't think I've seen that one.
It's not really worth watching.
Are you talking about the newer one?
I mean, all of them. That's
the old one's good. Hey, that old one's classic. It's a very old movie.
I mean, that's fair. The original Dr. Seuss version one.
Yeah, it's
not
so
the Jim
good.
Carrey one.
No, the Jim Carrey one's stupid. The old school one is way better.
And I'm just looking to see if there's anything new up there. Oh gosh, some people are just, don't. People are putting out misinformation about legal procedure here. Yeah, totally wrong, this tweet.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what Mo's doing to see if he's got any interviews on his side that he's gone through yet.
They're doing a panel, I think, on Saturday morning too.
Okay.
With
apparently
a bunch of them.
Apparently, QC Lewis, this is 4 minutes ago, just as an update for the court adjourning till 2 p.m. QC Lewis tells the judge, "We fully anticipate that we'll finish the evidentiary hearing today."
You mispronounced Mega Brain.
Sorry. Mo spelled it wrong.
Well, I'm just wondering, at what point did they tender the affidavits or witness statements of the 2 convicted felons? Because did anyone come across those statements before today?
I know that they were talked about in court. I don't know if the statements were fully released. That may be something that's coming out today at the end of court.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll check with Tarek's archive though and see.
If they have already been tendered to the court, like a few days ago, then presumably they could be published on Tarek's site or some other site.
That's what I'm looking up. I'm going to dig in right now and see if I can find it.
Yeah.
Let's see. His website's so well organized.
Which website?
Tarek's.
Yeah, he does a good job on that one. All right, I gotta go grab more coffee. I'm dragging ass. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. I don't see them up here yet.
Okay, that means if you don't see them up there yet, what does that mean? I'd love to know. Can we find out from Mo when those
I'll message him right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to mute real quick so you don't hear me typing furiously.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, I just asked him. I'll put a link just so everybody has it to Tarek's website with the archives into chat because it's super useful. He has literally everything broken down and it's relatively up to date. I think he has to add a little bit from yesterday, but overall it seems like he's more or less spot on with how he's put everything on here. So I'm just seeing if he has anything on his threads right now.
Man, his site is running hella slow.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, I don't know if it's built on WordPress or not, but that's the only issue with its load speed, which is something that we have a problem with our current site.
That's a different issue, though. Whoever made
Is
the
it?
theme,
Okay.
yeah, whoever made the theme for our site decided it was a great idea to load every single fucking article on the front, like to the front page.
Yeah. Well,
Every
2 years
single
ago,
one.
it was a lot smaller. It was just a like minor advocacy site.
It's ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
WordPress sucks anyway. That's why we're not using it anymore soon. I can't find. Where's the link at for the thing with all the stuff in it, with all the statements?
His archive?
Yeah,
I'll put it in the Jitsi chat real quick.
I can't view that one while we're streaming.
Oh, the Jitsi chat?
Yeah.
I'll send it on Signal.
That works. I want to throw that in the chat over here.
I'm not going to read it off, but I love Kevin Costola.
Me too. He's the good Kevin.
So again, for everyone just hopping in right now, we have about an hour and 15 minutes till court's back in session. This morning, they immediately went into recess to discuss witnesses. They came back from recess and said, we need more recess. So they're back out playing kickball and figuring out who's up, what's left. But they said they should be done by the end of today with all the witness statements. So this will most likely be the last day of court that we have, at least for this. If anyone has any questions, though, please ask. We'd like to help get everybody on the same page about this. We're going to be putting out information and content over the weekend. Not content, but stuff together over the weekend to send out. I did confirm with, hey, Steve. I did confirm with Ray McGovern that he will be joining us not next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after, October 13th, for our vigil. So that's super exciting. I always love having Ray on with us. And I'm sure he has a million things to say about this too.
So while we're waiting, because it's an hour and 15 minutes before they're going to start coverage again, or they're going to start court again, I was thinking we could maybe go through and roll the end of day statements from Christian Hampson, and maybe look at the Reporters Without Borders statements and stuff like that.
And maybe if there are chat questions.
There's really no point going away for an hour and coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there are questions in the chat, even from yesterday, perhaps today.
And my coffee's still, going, so I'm gonna get back up and then I'll come back, and I should be, seated for the duration.
So we did have a question in chat. Did Nikki say they're going to be reading the statements from the pedophile and the FBI informant today, Siggy and Sabu? As far as we know, that is the plan.
Well, Mary Kostakidis says in her tweet, all statements expected to be dealt with after lunch plus update on Spanish case.
Yep.
So perhaps she's referring to the pedophile and the FBI, the convicted felon's statements. But I'm just wondering whether these were tendered into the court file today or earlier. I'm just curious. But anyway, yeah. So apparently it looks like that's what's going to be happening, that they will be dealing with those statements today. Any other questions in the chat?
Not. I think that's the only one so far.
I'm not seeing any in ours.
If somebody, perhaps, if somebody could look at yesterday, because yesterday we were so, we're going through so quickly that we didn't really look at the chat. So if somebody wants to, I don't get access. For some reason, I don't get access to the chat question. I can't see them.
Oh, you have to open YouTube and just mute the video.
Oh, okay, that's the way, right? Because how do they get to see it?
Yeah, no, that's our platforms are totally separate from this platform. Is separate from YouTube.
Right.
So.
Yeah, we're actually. I want to say we're on probably like 7 different channels right now across the internet.
Something like that. It's ridiculous.
Really? So how many views? Do you know how many views this vigil has got on the other channels? Because
so I will pull up the thing real quick. Right now, total between Twitch. Well, it's loading. I'll just give you the rundown for it.
Yeah.
We've got about 25 between our channels here.
Yeah, we have 2 on Twitch, 15 on the Action for Assange YouTube. We have 11 on Nico House's MCSC network, and we have 4 on Facebook. And then we have about another 20 to 25 over on Steve's channel.
Okay, but it's 5 in the morning over there. So
we usually get around 40 or so, and the main chat one is the Slow News Day channel, and that one will have about 40.
When people replay the video to watch it afterwards, like when they wake up at normal hours?
I don't even. Steve keeps track of that.
We get about, Google tells us we get about 200 views per show.
Yeah,
but a little more, less.
They kill our view counts, though. We've literally seen it go backwards on our view counts.
Yeah, there's 3 different places. So when you first look at it, when you look up a video name, it shows you 1 view count. When you click on the video, it shows you another view count. And then if you were the creator of the video and you go in the back, it shows you a 3rd different view count.
Yeah.
So it doesn't even make sense. There's no rhyme or reason to how they allocate who viewed what.
Yeah.
So I would like to think that we get 10 million views. They just show us 200 trying to get us to stop.
Well, you might. Sometimes, people discover good content much later. I mean, that's happened to me. I've discovered good content later, and I'll watch it on replay, or I might watch it a week later or 2 weeks later. But so
if there's anyone that can binge watch from the very beginning of Action for Assange all the way through this, I would be very impressed.
So that would take months and months.
Yeah, because we've done at least 4 hours of shows every day for 18 months, or every week for 18 months.
Yeah.
And then there was some when we first started that we were doing almost 5 hours per show twice a week.
Yeah,
just literally
I'm so glad I got you guys to quit doing that. That was too much.
Yeah, that was a lot.
We you with stuff that long, you drop half your audience after like 2.5 hours. They're gone. So there's no point in going that long.
Well, the thing is, with Google, I mean, they promote the videos. The thing is, the internet is made in such a way today where other people are being promoted in, the list next to the video you're watching. Something. I mean, I'm the kind of person that if I see something interesting on the side, I'll click on it. But Google this. If I'm on, I don't use Google actually. I use DuckDuckGo or DuckGo. What's it called?
DuckDuckGo.
They're getting pretty bad too. They've gotten pretty terrible as well. Like a lot of it's just ads and stuff now. Yeah, it's gotten pretty terrible trying to find. I can't even find programming stuff on there anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I still use it. But what are good browsers these days? What are the good ones?
Firefox is all right. They just laid off a bunch of people though, and the last few releases have been kind of sketchy. But you can use Chromium, which is Chrome with a lot of it's the open source core of it, so it's not quite as creepy.
Oh, Chromium. Okay.
Yeah, that's the open source core of it, and that's all right. Some people like Brave, but I'm not into the CEO, so I don't use it. That guy's kind of a shitheel.
Yeah, I used it for a short while, and then somebody said that it wasn't what it was cracked up to be.
It's like the Chick-fil-A of internet browsers.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, but yeah, the choices on browsers is pretty terrible these days. Like there's
nothing open source that is most preferable.
Firefox is probably the best one when it comes to that.
Okay, all right.
So Mo just put out something interesting. That today is the 14th anniversary of the registration of the WikiLeaks domain name. So it has been 14 years since WikiLeaks officially opened its website stores.
Oh, Opera too. Opera's all right. I've used that one before.
And there's also an event organized for Saturday. Let me just, which I registered for, and it's called.
Oh, that's the thing that Kevin and Juan are hosting.
Yeah, I think the Belmarsh Tribunal, and that looks like it could be interesting. So I registered for that.
Yeah.
Eventbrite. Oh no, Eventbrite is where. Hang on, I'm so bad at these things. Hang on, let me just find what it's called. I think it's done. It's organized by the DEA campaign, the Don't Extradite Assange campaign, and they're doing it to mark the 14 WikiLeaks years. And I'm just trying to. There's some good guests: Roger Waters, Lula da Silva, Yanis Varoufakis, Rafael Correa, MIA, Slavoj Žižek, Pamela Anderson, Shreko Horvat, Alicia Castro, John McDonnell, Jennifer Robinson, Tarek Ali, Angela Richter. That's the confirmed speakers. And so that could be an interesting event.
Andrew?
Sorry, I was typing a message to Emmy. I was just saying thank you and inviting her on a vigil.
To Amy Butler?
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, she's fantastic.
We haven't had her on in probably like 6 months, maybe a little bit longer.
It's been late.
Really
I don't think she's been on since I've been around, has she?
I think
she
so.
was on
pretty early.
She was on back when when Gordon opened the vigil with
Oh,
like a 35-minute rant.
that was. I
And
think that was
that
one
was
of. That,
also, I believe, Tarek Haddad's first time on.
I think that was one of the first ones that I ran, actually. So that's way longer than 6 months, Andrew.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
We're
It's like
put-
December
yeah.
of last year or something like
Okay.
that.
I have no sense of time
November,
anymore. I
maybe.
apologize.
Yeah, it was right after I got involved. Like, right after.
Yeah.
Well, the really good crowd of activists in London, definitely Emmy Button, who's been on this for about 2 years. Deepa Driver, who is,
We love Deepa.
yeah, she's great. Do a little panel vigil with all of them. Nina Cross, who I spoke with yesterday, would be really good on these questions about the doctors and the formal segregation review. What was it? The formal segregation reviews, because it'd be good to dig into that a little bit further. Alex Mercouris, whose name you can't pronounce and who reminds you of Mr. Bean. He's excellent. There's some really good activists on the ground in London at the moment.
Yeah, we should
Well,
try to get
for a
Deepa on
while,
again.
actually.
It's been a
For-
while
for
since
a
we've
long
had
time.
Deepa. I think she's always a really awesome guest.
Deepa was on a couple months ago.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago, but it's been a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did an interview very recently with Max Blumenthal, which
Oh,
is
nice.
up on Twitter, which is
have to
I
check
watched
that
it
out.
last night. Excellent interview.
Oh, if you're ever looking for content, Steve, we have a live stream thing in our Discord. We have a bot hooked up to there that like scrapes a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, that bot's awesome.
Hell yeah, dude! I've been able to I get notified there before I get notified on Twitter
I don't get
YouTube.
any notifications for the YouTube channels that I've subscribed to. So somebody in our Discord server was like, we need this. So they went and made it, and it's a bot that basically like scrapes the most recent videos published to YouTube or the most recent live streams started. And if it is at all Assange related, then it'll pop up in the Discord channel. Because we have the coolest fucking people on the planet who like hang out in our Discord. That's where all the Mega Brain memes are coming from and shit like that. Like it's good time fucking Saturday in our Discord pretty much all the time.
actionforassange.com/Discord.
That's actionforassange.com/Discord.
The only problem with Discord is it keeps beeping all the time. I don't.
Oh, you can mute.
Turn that off.
You
I
can.
muted it and it was still beeping. Even the little thing, the little symbol showed
If
me.
that's your biggest problem with the site, it's okay.
Yeah, you can
okay.
you can mute specific channels. You can mute like the whole server. Like it's
Okay.
the interface is just funky.
Yeah, if you're not really I'm not very high tech, right? So if you're not really high tech, I don't know. I was on the UPJ Discord for a while in the beginning, and I just got lost in there. And the thing was beeping all the time, and I thought, okay, I can't do this anymore.
That one's actually hard for me to keep up with, just because it's so split out. Ours is too, to an extent, but most of our stuff happens in like
the general or the
Yeah.
timeout channel.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's a good replacement for like old forums if you were ever on those a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And it's designed to work the same way. It just doesn't necessarily roll out in the same fashion.
It's been pretty good though. I'm glad I set that shit up.
It's been super helpful. If you're interested in joining the Discord, actionforassange.com/Discord. And that'll take you into it.
Well, you're going to get all of MI6.
Oh, we don't do any planning in there really. We do all we do all that on crypto
community,
platforms.
more or less.
Yeah. The furthest extent the planning goes is in private channels where we've already met everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, and most of it's, hey, we're doing a call.
Yeah, and most of
Yeah.
that. Here's the link to our encrypted phone call
Or
that
DC sent me
you
500
show
fucking
your
traffic.
face in before you get on it, and you can tell if somebody else pops in.
Yeah, but even with encrypted phone calls, are they really encrypted? I've had bizarre experiences on Signal, really bizarre.
I
Fuck Signal. We
I
know
don't-
from
I don't
Vault
trust
7
Signal.
that Signal is fucking compromised.
Yeah. Okay. So what's
Wire. It doesn't
Wire,
require you to use a phone number to sign up, and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
free.
But apparently anything that's vocal can be intercepted. It's better to do
Sure.
text. Apparently.
Yeah, I don't make phone calls on Wire.
Yeah.
no, Element's
for the
Element's
That's
phone-
pretty
not
good.
true. I talked to Taylor on Wire like 2 days ago, but I try not to make phone calls on Wire. But
Yeah.
Taylor called me, so I felt compelled to answer.
Yeah.
It more
Yeah.
just
Rather than because it's either answer or then I get my fucking phone blown up with like, why aren't you talking to me? Yeah. So
So hang on. So Signal is compromised.
it's
Yeah.
it's fucky, and then now they have this thing where they want you to like put everything on a cloud and enter a pin so that you can back up your shit onto the cloud, and I don't want anything of mine on a cloud. I would much rather have like a Sean O'Brien constructed fucking physical storage unit.
Yeah.
Element's all right too.
Yeah, Element.
But it's better.
Element.
It's better if you host your own server, which is at the moment just an absolute pain in the ass. I mean, I'm able to do it, but like most people wouldn't be able to do it.
And so where's Element?
It used to be called Riot, but because there's a video game company called Riot Games, they sued.
Okay.
So it's
So
element.io.
Is Element a phone app?
Yeah, it's on phone and computer. It's web based.
Element. Okay. And
Element.io.
that's the less compromised, is that right?
Yeah, it's decentralized. It's not. It's kind of like It's kind of like Mastodon.
Okay.
Usability wise, it's like a cross between Discord and Signal, basically.
Okay.
So it's
And if you run a search to see if chat logs from Element have been used in court cases, when I did that, they haven't been.
Okay. I'm gonna
Or Riot, because I looked at it for Riot because they hadn't changed names yet. And I did the same for Wire too. And so far, neither of those platforms have been brought into a court case yet, which either means they're not looking at them or they couldn't crack the encryption on them.
And is it on element.com? Where does one
.io.
.io? Okay, I'm noting. Not that I have anything superbly secret to say, but at the same time,
I want him to work for it.
yeah, exactly. Well, at the same time, I'm entitled to my secrets, right? Even if they're a secret recipe, right?
Mm-hmm. No, when we first started doing the visuals,
recipe,
we encouraged everyone to get encryption just to have it, just to waste time and use resources and energy. And our first group chat ever, I think, was called like Grocery List or something, and it was just all of us talking shit to each other. Like we didn't actually do anything in it. It was just strictly for the fact that like, hey, let's do this and have fun.
Well, I lived in a dictatorship as a kid, and I kind of, that's left me with some traumas, that I overcame. But, letters that were coming to my family went through the police first. We had to go into I was a kid, but, my parents went through a lot of hell in that system. So I know what it's like.
No wonder you got that fire. I said, no wonder you have that fire.
I take a somewhat perverse pleasure in naming our Signal groups, our Signal chat groups. Because we know Signal's kind of blown, but like people haven't caught up to that yet, and we can't get Andrew in the fucking Element chat ever. So we still use it, but we don't say anything like compromising or vital on it. It's It's mainly just for like, hey, we need to get a hold of you if we're talking to somebody that we're trying to schedule for a vigil, or we'll do some, like, I mean, just regular routine communications. But again, like, you still have to, they have to work to backdoor into Signal still. Like, it's not automatic. Like,
it takes a person.
Yeah. So you have to then assign a person to that and spend the resources on it, and just to find out that, like, we're
posting Mega Brain memes constantly.
Fucking smart asses and fucking.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just us venting most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was talking with somebody in our activist group about, privacy, and why do some humans today feel they don't need it. And she's a psychologist, and she was saying even monkeys need privacy. Even in the animal kingdom, animals like monkeys that are, the closest to the human animal, need privacy. So how these people have managed to convince millions of people that they shouldn't hold on to their privacy is beyond me, even with a terrorist threat.
But if you're not doing anything, you shouldn't have anything to worry about.
I love Snowden's response to that.
That goes for them.
Yeah, let me see your phone.
Yeah.
Send me your passwords.
Right.
I don't have anything to hide.
Right.
Yeah.
See, privacy doesn't become an issue for people. Like, it's a passive thing until the point that you need privacy. Like, for insert reason. But, like, if you're a political activist that's just starting into the political world, you don't think about privacy. But if you're someone that's like 4 years, 5 years into it, and you're like, pretty sure that the things I've talked about here have been played out or disclosed some other way, I might need to take this a little more seriously. Because people don't realize that, like, your data is literally worth more than gold in our society right now.
Oh, yeah, well, that's been proven recently, especially when Susie Dawson did her shows about the spying and how they use it to manipulate you politically and economically and in every way possible. Of course, they make lots of money out of harvesting our data, because they know what to sell us, when to sell it to us. All the useless rubbish they make, they'll, sell it to us because they understand how we function.
And then the fun part is taking that and realizing it and then trolling back, like looking up absolutely ridiculous things. So that way they're like, oh, this person's interested in cats that walk on trampolines and shit like that.
I highly recommend fucking with the algorithms.
Yes.
Especially on social media. Like, talk about just random shit, or fucking make them send you like targeted advertising based on a amateur Canadian hockey team or something like that. Like,
dude,
get real specific about it and let them.
Yesterday they sent me an ad for a fucking doll that you literally have to get on a sleep schedule and shit. I'm like, your targeting's bad, guys. Like, what's going on here? I already played that game years ago. I'm not doing that again. It's called having a child.
They just know you got that baby fever, Josh.
Yeah, it even comes with a baby monitor, dude. Like,
that's creepy.
For your doll.
Yeah, dude. I'll send you the link. I thought it was an onion thing for a second, and
then I was going to teach you how to become the surveillance state.
Right? It was creepy as hell.
Did you guys get a chance yesterday to go through the UC Global article that just came out?
No. I had it up at one point, and I was perfectly like willing to go through it, but we were having a decent conversation, and I think right around the time when I was going to pull it up is the first time that Kathy popped in.
Okay. Do we want to go through it now, then?
The article by Max Blumenthal. Which article?
Yes, the Gray Zone article by Max Blumenthal.
Yeah, I read some of it, but then I got exhausted, so I stopped halfway, and I was going to read the rest of it today. But yeah, go through it. Yeah.
I got to find it real quick. Do you want me to send it to you, Josh, to put up on the share?
Just share screwed it if it's an article. I don't have a second monitor on my streaming box right now because my cable died, so it's harder to set things up. I should
Do you
have
need me
one.
to send you a cable?
I'm gonna order one this week.
Okay.
It's only like $10. I just gotta do it.
I'm just trying to get my screen share set up.
Since you're the big genius in computers, right?
So they tell me.
Could I ask you? You might know because I've been asking all the other computer people I know about the cloud video platform. Does that automatically enable recording once it switches?
It just depends on the software. I have no idea what they're running.
If there's not a bunch of people that just pulled up a recording software on their own computer and recorded it, I'm going to be really sad.
Well, I mean, they would have filed charges if they found out.
Yeah.
So
I'm not talking about the court itself.
I suspect it has recording. I just have no idea if it's like custom software or out of the box shit, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, in that case, that means I don't understand cloud video. What's it called? I don't understand CVP. How does it work like Zoom?
Yeah, it's like Zoom, but it probably stores it off-site.
Okay, so they probably, even if they didn't enable recording, I'm talking about the court, even if the court didn't enable recording, then it would be stored
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
All right.
It just depends on what they're running. I have no idea what they're running for that.
Oh, so they have to run something else with it. Is that how it goes?
I don't know. I mean, I suspect it's a custom job that courts use.
Yeah, they're not actually using Zoom, I don't think. I think they may use it as an external plugin for certain things, but it's when El Masuri was going to give his statement, they even said like, hey, he can connect on Zoom and all these other things. El Masuri, however you pronounce it, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So they essentially made mention that they weren't using Zoom, but didn't say what they were using.
Yeah, I worked for a legal software company for about 6 years, and like that we could probably figure out what it is because the players in that field are very, very few. So it might be something worth looking into.
Okay, so if I understood correctly, the CVP requires each user to use another software as well?
I suspect it's web-based.
Yeah. I'm still confused, but never mind. Okay, let's go back to Andrew's article here. Okay.
So I have the article up here by Max Blumenthal. I'll zoom in a little bit. So a Spanish judge requested to probe a Las Vegas Sands staffer's apparent role in a criminal spying operation against Julian Assange. Indicates the investigation is homing in on U.S. intelligence, telling the Department of Justice it was stonewalling the application. And this is by Max Blumenthal. I think this came out 2 days ago. I don't have 29th, 2 days ago. The Spanish judge presiding over the trial of the security firm owner apparently hired to spy on the jailed WikiLeaks publisher Julian Assange has sent a request to the U.S. Department of Justice for an interview with Zohar Lahav, an Israeli-American vice president for the executive protection at Las Vegas Sands. Sands is owned by the ultra-Zionist casino tycoon Sheldon Adelson, one of the largest donors to Donald Trump's presidential campaigns and the Republican Party. According to court documents reviewed by the Gray Zone, the judge seeks to probe Lahav's relationship with the disgraced UC Global CEO David Morales, who was indicated, is that right? Indicated, not indicted? Indicted for an array of crimes after allegedly presiding over a spying operation targeting Assange while he was confined in the Ecuadorian embassy in London. The request follows the previous attempts at securing witness interviews that were effectively blocked by the U.S. Department of Justice. The judge outlined 4 objectives for the interview with Lahav. Determine Lahav's relationship with Morales. Determine the occasion that Morales and Lahav met in the United States and Spain. Determine if Lahav had communications with the meetings with Morales regarding the alleged illegally obtained information under the investigation, and determine if Lahav and his superior in Las Vegas Sands, Sheldon Adelson and Brian Nagel, had access to the alleged illegally obtained information under investigation. The judge's interest into Nagel indicates that the Spanish investigation is now probing the suspected role of U.S. intelligence in the guiding hand behind UC Global's criminal spying operation. Before he was hired by Adelson's director of security, Nigel had served as a top cybercrime investigator for the U.S. Secret Service, a role which he earned the Medal of Commendation from the CIA. Oh, that's a great medal. Together with Lahav, he was likely to have played a central role in coordinating with SANS, UC Global, and U.S. intelligence. Morales has fervently denied being a double agent, maintaining that UC Global was contracted exclusively by the Ecuadorian security services known as SENAIN, S-E-N-AIN, to protect Assange while he was trapped in the Ecuadorian embassy in London.
By the way, that's a load of horseshit.
What?
Morales has claimed that UC Global was contracted exclusively by SENAIN instead of the CIA.
Yeah, so let's pick that apart real quick and just stop here to kind of expand. Because we know through this court case that UC Global, at the behest of David Morales, built a essentially whole new platform for the Ecuadorian intelligence services to use to monitor the embassy. And there was supposed to be no audio recording at all, from what I believe. They built a new system in and of itself and edited the way that the Ecuadorians would connect to it to give users higher levels of permissions than what the Ecuadorians were able to get access to. Essentially using the Ecuadorians' money to build a system to allow the CIA to spy on Assange. I'm pretty sure I have most of that framed right.
So, according to testimony, I believe it was testimony. If not testimony, then it was probably El Pais's original reporting. But Morales got to pocket money from both the CIA and the Moreno administration for installing those cameras. Like, they got to double charge them.
Yep. But to continue with the article here, Garcia, the lawyer defending Morales in the Spanish case, insists to the Gray Zone in a garbled email that Morales never spied on anybody, never sent any legal information to anybody to help, but helped Assange stay safe and comfortable in the Ecuadorian embassy with not one incident under their protection. We know that that's a lie. We know that they were trying to steal diapers, that they were using this audio equipment. But of course, Morales' lawyer is going to lie. But as the Gray Zone first reported in May, witnesses in a Spanish case testified that Lahav recruited UC Global's Morales when the Spanish mercenaries visited the security fair hosted by Adelson's Las Vegas Sands Convention Center. The two became fast friends, with Lahav communicating constantly with Morales as the operation escalated from snooping to theft, fraud, and assassination plots, according to testimony by several witnesses. Emails obtained by the Spanish court reviewed by the Gray Zone connected IP addresses revealing that Morales sent spying instructions to his employees while he was staying at Adelson's hotel in Las Vegas. The Gray Zone has now learned that Lahav and Morales had been identified together in at least one U.S. allied South American country since the operation at the embassy ended. Further to the Spanish police documents seen by this reporter placed Morales on Adelson's Queen Mary luxury lot in July 2019. Private communications by Morales and testimony from his former employees strongly suggests that Adelson Sands was functioning as a front for the CIA. Who would have guessed? According to a former UC Global business partner, Morales, what? I think I may have just echoed back. According to former UC Global business partner, Morales boasted that he was working for the dark side after returning from his first trip to Las Vegas, and explicitly stated that he had been contracted by U.S. intelligence, describing the CIA alternatively as his American friends and the American client. In text messages obtained by the Gray Zone, Morales told an employee that his company had been hired to spy on Assange by the agency of the Stars and Stripes. By seeking an interview with Le Havre and information from Nigel, the Spanish judge presiding over the criminal trial of Morales, is effectively investigating the role of Adelson's security team as a channel between the CIA and UC Global. American cooperation with the Spanish judge's request for U.S.-based witnesses is mandated under the 2004 U.S.-Spanish Mutual Legal Assistance Instrument. However, in an email reviewed by the Gray Zone, the Department of Justice attorney Susan Park Hunter attempted to stall the investigation with a vague and frivolous request for additional information, including a factual basis to suspect David Morales of bribery and money laundering. Hunter's language indicates that the U.S. government recognizes the gravity of the judge's request, and given the consequences of allowing a figure like Le Havre to testify, has resolved to do whatever is necessary to avoid compliance. The CIA's man in Vegas. Proof of UC Global's spying campaign and evidence of the firm's relationship with the CIA emerged following the September 2019 arrest of David Morales. Spanish police have initiated a secret investigation called Operation Tabanco under a criminal case managed by the same Madrid-based national court that presides over the arrest of the former Chilean military dictator Augusto Pinochet in 1998. Morales was charged in October 2019 by a Spanish court with violating the privacy of Julian Assange and abusing his attorney-client privilege, as well as money laundering and bribery. Former Spanish Special Forces officer turned mercenary Morales, also accused of illegal weapons possession when the police found 2 guns with serial numbers filed off on his property. Documents and testimony revealed in Spanish court have exposed shocking details of UC Global's campaign against Assange, his lawyers, friends, and even American journalists. Evidence of crimes ranging from spying to robberies to kidnapping, and even a proposed plot to eliminate Assange by poisoning have emerged from the ongoing legal proceedings. Several UC Global employees stated in court in August that Morales explicitly proposed killing Assange with poison. One of the former staffers testified that Morales devised the extreme measure after being informed that the Americans were desperate to end Assange's presence in the embassy. Perhaps the most striking element exposed in the Spanish courtroom has been the apparent relationship between UC Global, Adelson's Las Vegas Sands, and Mike Pompeo's CIA. In a previous report, the Gray Zone detailed how the Las Vegas Sands Corporation of Trump's megadonor Sheldon Adelson seemingly operates as a liaison between UC Global and U.S. intelligence, contracting the former on behalf of the latter. It was the second time Adelson's company has been identified as a CIA asset. The first was in 2010 when a private intelligence report sponsored by the gambling industry alleged that an Adelson-owned casino in Macau was capturing footage of Chinese officials blowing huge sums of money at card tables and feeding it back to U.S. intelligence, whose officials could be blackmailed into serving as CIA informants. Throughout this period, Adelson's Las Vegas Sands employed Brian Nagel as the director of global security. Nagel earned his stripes through a nearly 2 decades in service in the U.S. Secret Service. I'm so sorry, my reading's like falling apart here. Helping the agency set up an array of anti-cybercrime partnerships with the FBI, Las Vegas Police Department, and the Department of Homeland Security. To take down cyber thieves, Nigel reported, reportedly employed wiretaps, used undercover informants, and saw an initiative to turn the tables on criminal groups by empowering law enforcement to use the same technologies that hacker and cyber criminals typically employed. His efforts ultimately earned him the CIA's Intelligence Community SEAL Medallion, an award given to non-CIA personnel who have made significant contributions to the agency's intelligence efforts. Nigel was mentioned in the global intelligence files published by WikiLeaks. Nagel was mentioned in the global intelligence files published by WikiLeaks, which consists of thousands of internal communications by employees of Stratford, a U.S.-based intelligence firm known as the Shadow CIA. In an October 2009 email, a Stratford analysis detailed Nagel's offers to contact with Stratford to conduct proactive monitoring of security threats against Las Vegas Sands Casino around the globe. In December 2017, UC Global's David Morales made one of several trips to Adelson's hotel in Las Vegas. From there, he sent instructions to employees on setting up a secret surveillance channel from the Ecuadorian embassy in London that could be fed back to another party without the Ecuadorian security services noticing. David Morales obviously didn't have the technical knowledge, a former UC Global IT specialist who received the instructions testified. So the document must have been sent by another person because it was in English. I suspect that it could have been created by U.S. intelligence.
Are we going through Max's entire novella here?
I mean, I could stop at any time.
Yeah, we don't need to read a 20-minute article from top to bottom.
Okay. Well, if I'm reading it, it's taking like 45 minutes, but
yeah,
I'm drifting off, man. It's early.
You're good, buddy.
I'm fading into oblivion in my own here. I am. I thought I made coffee strong.
I think we got about half an hour before the court actually starts.
Flintstones chewable cocaine.
Brought to you by Slow News Day. It is a good article
because, like, there's a very, very old Simpsons episode where Marge has a bit of a breakdown, and when one of her hallucinations is Bart asking for Flintstones chewable morphine, and that is just stuck in my head for, I guess, the better part of 20 years.
Okay, I won't hold it against you.
Yeah.
So we are 34 minutes from court going back into session, everybody. Just an update, if you're tuning in just now, we had court go into session this morning and then immediately go into recess to discuss witnesses. After like an hour and a half, came out of recess and then immediately went back in to keep discussing witnesses over lunch. And that's according to everybody that's reporting in the courtroom right now. But according to Mary Kostakidis, all statements are expected to be dealt with after lunch, plus an update on the Spanish case.
Looks like we have a Kevin
Pistola. Hey, buddy, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning.
How you doing, my friend?
Doing pretty good. It's would have been nice if they could have just started at 2.
Right.
But whatever, it's the last day.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they're having some whatever, it's the last day, fuck it about it, you know?
I think they're kind of like, we're here anyway. We might as well take the whole day. I thought they would just do it all in the morning and then leave, but apparently they're maybe they're kind of feeling like it's the last school day and they want to hang around a little longer.
You can't bill for a 4 martini lunch if the hearing isn't, if you're not going to return to the hearing.
Yeah.
So you might as well be like, well, this is under the auspice of the proceedings, so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch now, but we're going to have lunch at an oyster bar, and we'll see you in about an hour and a half.
We're We're gonna talk. We've got to get to an agreement on these statements.
Got some serious lawyering to do right now.
I don't know. They can't be that contentious. I mean, I'm not sure why they're spending so much time on Gareth Pierce's statements, but they must be. I mean, maybe they're trying to make some pretty big allegations about abusive process. That's the reason why she's got. So I didn't know they were going to have 5 different ones, but there's 5 different statements, and Gareth's testimony is all about what she thinks has been done improperly during the entire proceeding.
That's interesting.
So
could you maybe give some clarification on these witness statement transcripts, because it sounds like they're not going to be available per Mary Costaquitas, but I'm not exactly sure why.
Okay, so the transcripts are different from the witness statements, and the transcripts are the court record, and I don't really know why the defense won't give it to her, other than maybe they just don't want to spend the time and resources giving it to a journalist. It's a little disappointing, but I heard it. He outright said, it was really kind of upsetting, because I think the defense should maybe reconsider the way that they delivered this kind of information, because it was said in court this way, that we went and talked to people in the press room at the courthouse. We found out it's not coming from the press association. It's coming from a sole journalist in Australia. So we won't be giving the transcripts to this journalist. It was really strange, because it was kind of like, if the Association of Press in the UK had wanted it, we might discuss with them how to do it.
But because Mary wanted it, it's different.
Yeah, it's just a single individual. It's not an organization. So it's kind of like she doesn't have power. It's a little upsetting.
It seems like CN could be like, she's our Australian, stringer.
She could do something. I mean, if it's about money, you can have a discussion about that. I mean, I know that you have to pay for court transcripts.
Yeah.
Most of the time. So tell me what the bill is.
Right.
Anyways,
I was talking to Mo a bit yesterday about like trying to get a pool together to where we could all pitch in a little bit to get transcripts, and then have them hosted on some sort of like Nextcloud or something like that we have shared access to.
We could easily crowdfund to get transcripts done. That shouldn't be too expensive or even take that long.
This makes me nostalgic. I'm just nostalgic for Chelsea Manning, because we had trial transcripts. We had Freedom of the Press Foundation fund a court reporter, and he'd come into the media center on the military base every day and sit there, and he had nothing to do with anything we were doing and just sat there. They cycled him out. They paid good money to bring him in. They had one person in the morning. They had a second person in the afternoon. And those were good transcripts. Those are valuable, and I'm still using those today. So, I mean, absolutely something should be done to get this disclosed so we have all of this available.
Freedom of the Press Foundation seems to have distanced themselves rather, I don't know, severely. I mean, like, I've heard some statements from some of the members of Freedom of the Press Foundation that are positive towards Julian Assange, but as an entity, they seem to have stepped way back from all of this.
Well, they couldn't have probably done what they did at the Chelsea Manning trial in the UK. I don't think it would have been allowed by the court, since they're not from the defense or the prosecution. I don't know how actually they got all the right. Well, I know what it was. They were credentialed like a journalist to do the transcript. So I don't know if the court would have allowed that if they knew what purpose it was for. They're very sensitive, these people who are credentialing, and I don't know, they've done things that don't make sense throughout the whole 4 weeks, especially this whole thing of like, they eventually went back on it, but there was a day that one guy from Court News UK was not allowed to sign into the video link And he's like, I've been in court every single day. I've been watching these proceedings. And they're just like, you're not on our list. So they threw him out of the room.
That's crazy. Can you talk about
Sorry,
any of the...
may I intervene about that guy? Kevin and I had a little bit of a disagreement on him, but Charlie Dan Jones has misreported on fact and on law. Now, I don't know whether that was the reason why he wasn't given access, but he has misreported things like about Arbuthnot's recusal. Arbuthnot was never recused. She never recused herself. He misreported the status of the treaty, the 2007 treaty, the UK-USA extradition treaty. And I screenshot various tweets where he's misreported. So, it's a delicate matter, but somebody misreporting could eventually lead to a very dangerous situation for us who support Julian, because the mainstream media will jump on his misreporting and amplify it, and then we will not be able to fix that. So I have nothing personal against Charlie Dan Jones, but I'm not going to encourage misreporting of the case, because a lot of the problems we've had is because of misreporting. So I tend to think that, if he wants to be allowed if he's allowed into the courtroom, okay, as long as there's other reporters like you, Kevin, who do report well. You and Tarek and Mary Kostakidis report with care, and you report truth. So if you can balance him out, I just think that if he's the strongest voice in there because he's attached to a title called Court News, that the mainstream media will jump on it and just make things really, really bad for Julian. So that's why I've taken that stance against that kind of reporting that is either careless, deliberately or not. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's either careless or it's not good reporting. So sorry to voice that in that way, perhaps not as diplomatically as I could have, but I think that we've had enough misreporting to do with Julian, and I prefer, Kevin, for you to report and for Tarek to report, but not for Charlie.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not going to support the court throwing journalists out of certain video links, or because I don't want to be the one. I know that I had a day where I was trying to get access, and so I think everyone who's all in on free Assange can pile on to Charlie and let him know that he's wrong. And certainly there's a number of people who have not reported things accurately, and some of their reporting is read widely, and some of their reporting actually has a smaller audience and doesn't get picked up by people who support Julian. So it doesn't really get the kind of widespread social media attention that my reporting receives. I will say that there are a lot of people who just don't understand what's going on because they think that the hearing that every day starts to, like we heard from the BBC Home Affairs correspondent, it's slightly repetitive was his words. And well, so they tune out and they miss key information that they thought was boring and not going to be important to the case. And then they're confused. I had someone from the AP who asked me yesterday to fact check the lead to his story. This is the Associated Press. This is the newswire that goes out to every single news media publication in the United States. If there's gonna be coverage of Julian Assange that is published in American newspapers, that especially smaller town newspapers, they're gonna pick up the 200 or 300 word report that is put out by the Associated Press. It's kind of like Reuters. And so, he was asking me questions because he's not been following it closely like me. So he doesn't know. And I don't know, some of these people are not doing it deliberately and some people are. I think that whatever Charlie did wrong, It could be malicious, but it's also possible that he just doesn't understand, and he doesn't care to understand it.
I understand your point, but we are fighting for a man's life, and I don't want to risk it with somebody's
Sure.
small.
But you can agree with me that in the interest of press freedom, we should not be giving the court power to toss journalists from courtrooms that could be used against people like me, who we do need.
Of course, I've always advocated for an open trial, and they say it's an open trial, and it should be an open trial. And in the email exchange I had with the judge's clerk, or I don't know who she is. Well, I do, because she signed her position under her signature. She mentioned her position anyway. So I was assured by this woman that the judge confirmed. Now, if a judge confirms that there's going to be an open trial and that all these monitors, observers will be in the courtroom on a Friday, and then on a Monday I'm told that there's been an error, and I say, well, I asked her, where was the error if she confirmed? She must have thought about the question before she confirmed it. So there are problems with what the judge confirms, and, you know, her changing her position 2 days later over the weekend. Of course, this should have been open to every single journalist that would be interested in following the trial, just like it was in 2012 or 13, and 90 journalists were allowed to follow the extradition trial regarding the Sweden extradition trial. So this should have been, even with COVID, should have been accessible to every single journalist on the planet that wanted to join in the proceedings. And then we would have had a plurality of voices, and Charlie would have been drowned out, hopefully, with his misreporting. But anyway, if he's not malicious, if he's just careless, I did respond to him, and I said to him, you know, that this is wrong, that Arbuthnot never accused herself. He never responded. That shows something to me. If you're saying to somebody, oh, you might have got this wrong, check it out, Arbuthnot never accused herself, he should have checked it. You know what I mean? And he didn't. Yeah. Well, at least it looks like he didn't. Anyway.
Well, I think it's possible we might be giving him too much attention, but.
I know I'll stop giving him attention, but the only reason I don't give him attention, the attention I'm placing is on Julian, and
that's good,
because the main problem we've had with Julian is misreporting, smearing, and lying. So we have to be very careful about how this is covered, and I'm not suggesting that people should be kicked out of court.
You revived your Leon Panetta tweet, Kevin.
I did. After
that was one of my favorites of yours, mostly because his kid, Leon, or not Leon, what's his kid's name? God damn it. Oh fuck. I don't know. Jimmy Panetta is the California state representative directly south of me. I've got a bunch of friends that live in his district, and boy, do they hate that guy. Like, nobody can understand how Jimmy Panetta got elected when everyone in like Big Sur and Carmel Valley and Monterey Bay are like, fuck that guy. And he really, he's the spitting image of his dad. He even sounds like him when he speaks. It's just like he's in the same way that Ted Cruz is just inherently punchable. Jimmy Panetta is inherently punchable. He's got that smarmy, entitled, rich kid vibe, which you think would jive really well from people in the Carmel Valley. That's where Clint Eastwood was mayor and shit, you know. But even to them, they're like, yeah, that guy's not. Oh no, I'll pass. So,
yeah.
But the quote that Leon Panetta made, and maybe we should even try and get that up on screen for the people who haven't seen it.
That's a good clip. It's a really good documentary, by the way. The people of ARD. Actually, I think it came from NDR, and their public broadcaster in Germany did a fantastic job putting this all together, with the UC Global stuff being like right in the middle of this, being an important part of the story. And Stella Morris is interviewed, and it's a great doc, really great doc.
I'm gonna send it over to Josh. Is the clip included in that tweet, or is it just stills?
It's not included. It's just a still, but I actually could tell you where it is because I put a timestamp. I have a timestamp in my notes. So just a second. Let me see if I can get it for you.
But that's while we're all here, and we've got about 15 minutes before the hearing resumes.
Oh yeah, here I still got my timestamps. So if you wanted to go to 44 minutes in, that's where it happens.
Okay.
Who did the doc, Steve?
I'm getting ready to send it to you.
Are we gonna have copyright issues with that one?
It's a public broadcaster in Germany, so I doubt that they'll challenge you.
So I sent you the link to the Twitter thread. Now I'm sending you the link to the doc.
Did you send it? Oh, I'm seeing it now.
Yeah. Because we had spent so much time talking about Element earlier, I figured I would go ahead and use that platform.
Fine with me.
We had a decent discussion on encryption and encrypted software at the beginning of this. And so I don't know if I've ever asked you this or not, but as a journalist, do you find that you have to encourage people to use encryption when you go to, like, when you're interacting with them, or is this just sort of inherently understood in the circles that you travel?
My answer is not a great one. It's kind of a cop-out, but what I usually say is that I don't have a really good enough grasp on all of this yet, even 5 to 7 years into all of this, even post-Snowden. And we've seen how easy it is to get your sources in trouble with the government, that I haven't technically solicited leaks. I haven't asked people to provide me information because I'm not sure I could protect them independently yet. I'm not sure I have the resources to handle any sensitive material that would be provided. So thus far, most of the work that I do has only been on whistleblower cases and covering them post-leak, post-publication of the materials. There's a lot to do with that. I mean, there aren't really a lot of journalists that cover that relentlessly. And then there are on the other side, I think, those organizations that can support accepting leaks. I let them do it now. And maybe sometime in the future, I'll set everything up and figure it all out so that I can do it independently. But, at one point we were going to have... I feel like
Sean should have a class for this. Sean should totally make a class for journalists on how to do some of this stuff.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Are you familiar with Sean O'Brien?
No.
He's a cybersecurity consultant and lecturer at Yale. He ran the Yale Privacy Lab. He's got a company called Privacy Safe. He's a friend of ours and a friend of the Vigils, and going back to the Unity for J days. Really, he's a wonderful human being, and he holds seminars for journalists and activists on how to be more anonymous online, how to be more private and encrypted in their own lives. He does really, really good work. I am more than happy to connect you to, if this is something you want to follow up on. Just holler at me at some point and I'll get it together.
I'll let you know. This is kind of a full-time deal right now. And
no shit.
I wouldn't want to, I wouldn't want to, I guess I wouldn't want to be helping the government find their next target before we're all done with Julian.
Right. It's still good to know, like, the basics of the encryption stuff and all that. Like,
yes, true. Yes, sure.
The guy breaks it down really well and understandably.
And I should have. I will say, for people who are alarmed by what I said, I do some encrypted communication. I mean, I'm having sensitive conversations over Signal, and I'm not letting people provide that over Gmail, you know, and so it's not like I'm totally reckless.
Oh yeah, no,
I mean, we're still
I
trying to
would say.
remind Andrew not to use fucking Google Docs for everything, and so I get it, I do. And by the way, Andrew had to go to work, so
Okay.
that's why he's no longer here. We should be being joined by Kendra Christian in a few.
I'm having
And I'll,
issues setting this shit up, Steve. It's
You know,
incredibly
not
hard to
able
do
to-
without a second monitor.
You what?
I said I'm having a hell of a time setting this up because I don't have a second monitor.
Oh,
yeah, it's
Okay.
okay. Well, basically, just for everyone who wants a quick summary of how this goes, if you're not gonna play it,
and I'll pull the thread up too, so we can kind of go through it while you're talking about it.
I'll just say he was asked about the recordings because this public broadcaster showed him the evidence that there was spying against Julian Assange. And he goes, "It doesn't surprise me." And then he's laughing. It's a belly laugh too. He's really happy, or he's really like, I guess he's laughing at the journalists that they don't know that this is what intelligence people do all the time. So then he goes, that kind of thing goes on all the time. And he says, in the intelligence business, the name of the game is to get information any way you can. And I'm sure that's what was involved here. Which now we know after the testimony yesterday from the two witnesses that it got really crazy. And it could have been worse. I highlighted the IT expert who described how, you know, I don't think, actually, I'm not sure it's very clear in his statement, but I don't think they ever outfitted the cameras with streaming capabilities, but they almost had continuous streaming from the cameras at the embassy. It wasn't just that they were taking video, but it was almost that they were going to be streaming to a remote server. And they never.
I had thought that in one of the Gray Zone articles about this, that it came out that there were like two separate sets of servers, and that one of them was specifically like dialed in for streaming.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey, Kendra.
Well, no, they had one. One was an FBI server, I think, and then, but I don't think they actually. I mean, everything I've read was always that Morales was taking the files and traveling to Virginia with them. He was making these regular trips. And then we heard also that this IT expert had to stop the operation from being one where we just bugged every single object in every room to try and get Julian Assange any conversation that was being had in the embassy, which he said almost certainly would have been discovered by Julian Assange. At some point, you know, he would have found one of the bugs. There's no way that he wouldn't have stumbled on one of those devices, given how much he knew about the space.
Well, and I think that's where the stickers
Yeah,
come in, because if those are just, you know, routine looking, the premise is monitored by CCTV or whatever, on every single window in the embassy, then it's a little bit more innocuous. Either that or it's a little bit more obvious, depending on your level of paranoia.
Though I would ask him if he too thought it was bizarre because he was living there the whole time and they had never had the stickers on the windows. And even the IT expert said, I don't know why we need to just suddenly advertise that we're doing this. and because David Morales wouldn't tell him what they were for. And apparently that white noise machine was really fucking good. It was doing good work. And they needed to make the white noise machine not be so effective anymore.
In like every movie where they show a dystopian surveillance state, there's always that like white noise machine that people break out, you know, and I mean it happens in Andrew mentioned V for Vendetta earlier, but like there's a number of sci-fi movies where that occurs, and you gotta just, I don't know, almost marvel at the simplicity of it. So at the same time, we got to figure out how to break or distort sound so that it doesn't carry back off those stickers and through a fucking laser beam.
Well, some of the stuff they were doing was simple. Writing notes on paper and sliding it across. I mean, as long as they weren't able to get a grab with the camera, that's doing. I mean, I know that that's how they got some of Pam Anderson's personal information, but also I haven't seen any grabs of the Cassandra Fairbanks notes being slid back and forth, and most of this information has been gone through by journalists like Stefania, like Max Blumenthal, and so we know most of what the material is that is in the Spanish case from these files, and so we know that there were things that Assange was doing, that Julian was doing, that made it really easy to, well, not easy, but meant that they weren't able to know certain information. But then the other issue is that because they're documenting it so closely, once they know that you met with a person, then you're outed, basically. So it's like, for the purposes of Cassandra, once she was outed, everyone in the Trump administration can say, oh, she's telling him that we're going to throw Julian Assange out of the embassy. And then that's when they can really
the fact that Arthur Schwartz called her within 48 hours of her leaving the embassy to be like, how dare you tell him? You know, I mean, that's just tipping your hand a bit, you know.
Kevin, could I ask a question? Because I'm not sure about this. For how long were they spying on Assange? Because they were hired in 2015 whilst Correa was in power. So were they spying on Julian from the word go, from the first day that they were hired to protect the embassy?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. I think that's a good question because these people who were working with Morales originally weren't hired or brought on to spy on people for the U.S. government. And you can tell that because, I mean, Witness 1 even says at the end of their statement that they were asked to work for the enemy and could no longer do that. And the enemy was U.S. intelligence. So these are people who thought they were just providing security for Rafael Correa's family. And anyone who came in and out of the embassy, standard operations for these diplomats, it says they were hired because the people who were coming from Ecuador that were security would have trouble getting visas. And so they needed to have a team that was from Spain who could travel through the EU without any problem. And then it wasn't, so your timeline is in 2017 is when the operation kicks in and they start targeting it. It's almost identically, you can line it up with Donald Trump's inauguration and the timeline
and Moreno's.
Oh yeah,
because the U.S. intelligence community was pretty active in getting Moreno elected. Or at least that's my understanding based on other reporting.
So let's see.
When did Julian realize that, or suspect? When did he suspect that that UC Global was actually spying on him?
Well, I don't know that he ever knew who exactly was spying on him, but what he did know is that, you know, their U.S. intelligence was going to be pointing all these devices, and that, you know, anything he did, he needed to guard against. All right, so Moreno assumed office on May 24th in 2017. And so that's about the time that he was, and he won his victory in April of 2017. So this is pretty much lines up with what we saw with UC Global. So Moreno gets in, Rafael Correa isn't president anymore, and now UC Global can basically make and form any alliances with U.S. intelligence operatives that they would like in order to target the embassy.
I have a quick question. So with that timeline, because wasn't it 2017 also, wasn't that when Trump made the offer for Assange to give up his source? Does anybody know where that fits in with that timeline?
Yeah, so the meeting, and that's actually mentioned, there's they refer to Dana Rohrabacher as a California politician who the U.S. intelligence was actually really distraught over. They were worried about what he was going to talk with Julian about, and they made sure that that was intensely monitored. There isn't more detail, and we don't really know if Rohrabacher was hassled or what kind of what he may have had to go through when he went to the embassy. A lot of these visitors have told their stories about dealing with the security checkpoint, but that happens in August 2017. And I think what's also really fascinating about the well, not fascinating, but important about understanding the timeline is that in December 2017, right about it comes right after they do the installation for the cameras so that they're now recording the audio. So they do that in December early. And this is the same time that Julian Assange gets Ecuadorian citizenship. And then it's also the same month because on Christmas, and this is in that USA Against Assange documentary that we've been talking about for the last half hour. We were mentioning it before you joined, that has Leon Panetta laughing and chuckling. And they're talking about UC Global, and Stella Morris is in it. And in that, we see the story unfold of what was going to happen on Christmas Day in December 2017, where they were going to use his citizenship and also and spring him from the embassy on Christmas Day in 2017. And Fidel Narvaez had the documents and was going to, he was the counsel for Ecuador, and he was going to, for the embassy, and he was going to try to free Julian Assange. They were going to leave. They believed they might be able to do it because it was a holiday. And then it just looked too, like they couldn't be certain it was going to succeed. So they decided to back off. But that conversation was picked up undoubtedly by U.S. intelligence, we know. And it matches, because the other thing is I was looking at the indictment, and if you go to the defend.wikileaks.org site that Courage has sponsored, which has all of the resources with the statements made about Assange, these briefings that have been done on the Assange precedent. You've got also the indictments and the rulings in the case that have been posted. And you see that the FBI agent affidavit in support of indicting Assange is dated December 21st, 2017. So about the time that the cameras are turned on with audio capability is the same time that they initially indict him or start to draft the charges against him. So it's pretty clear that the operation wasn't just to pressure him and force him out of the embassy, but they were also using this illegal surveillance. And that's actually what the UC Global employees call it, this illegal surveillance they were using to collect evidence for charging Julian Assange.
Wow.
Well, Lenin Moreno's role in all this is intriguing, because it was under his government that Julian was given Ecuadorian citizenship. But now, under the Ecuador constitution, you cannot extradite somebody who has Ecuadorian citizenship.
It's Correa's government that gave him citizenship.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
No, it was Rafael Correa's government that gave him citizenship. He got citizenship ahead of Moreno becoming the new president. He became the new president with the help of the U.S. State
Oh
Department.
wait, actually, I think she's right. I
Is
think
he? Okay.
yeah, she's right because he came in May 2017,
Yeah.
and then
No,
Oh, that's okay.
and then the timeline is that he was granted his citizenship in December, but did he lose it in 2019? Was that
Yeah.
revoked?
It was revoked the day he was removed from the embassy.
Okay.
That was the quote unquote like legal reason that they could drag him out because his citizenship had been revoked.
Yeah, but I don't think that was lawfully done. So I'm not sure.
There was no due process involved. It was just Moreno issuing an order.
Yeah.
Mm.
Which raises another question, but I will say we haven't heard any evidence about the Ecuadorian citizenship, so I don't know. But I also don't think that the EU has anything they have to follow when it comes to Ecuador. I think, this is how the West treats these lowly global South countries. That we could do whatever we want to them. It doesn't matter.
Well, and the UK is no longer part of the EU, so it doesn't even matter what the EU laws are.
No, actually, they still follow a lot of the legal procedures because this is what I was correcting the Associated Press journalist because he was a little confused. He said, so Judge Baretzer recognized that the witnesses from UC Global have a fear for their safety. And I said, no, actually, she really didn't. All she said is the Spanish court granted them protection from David Morales. So she was going to do that too because she didn't want to go against the Spanish court. In fact, I watched her and she seemed to question that these witnesses could be attacked by David Morales. It was like, okay.
I mean, sure, he's a, mercenary with a special ops background and a handful of friends that are, current former operators. But yeah, you don't have to be afraid of that guy. It's your neighbor with the Pekingese that you need to worry about. That's
probably on a WhatsApp group with the Mossad. But hey, it's cool. I mean, that what do you call his name? I want to get this right instead of butchering it, but the guy from Las Vegas Sands who does security. I just was tweeting about him. I think his name's Zohar. His name is this guy's Zohar Lahav. Yeah, at the Las Vegas Sands. This is one creepy dude. Max Blumenthal's done really good reporting on this angle, the part of Sheldon Adelson. He's always been good on Israel, but yeah, just the fact that character is involved. I mean, I wouldn't trust anything. I wouldn't want to let a court. I wouldn't let a court deny me protection if I knew that guy was involved.
No, not even a little bit.
And
he's one of the witnesses, right?
No, he's just.
No, he wasn't subpoenaed. Okay.
Well, if he was, he wouldn't probably cooperate. So I don't think he wants to be giving evidence in this proceeding.
Oh yeah, but that's when you subpoena somebody. If they don't want to, you subpoena them and you make them give evidence.
Yeah, and I bet he would flee to Israel and try not to participate in the case, which is something that actually I think has been done before. And our government doesn't extradite people from Israel, so that would be a problem for the defense. But naturally, he would make a good witness. I think the defense should try to call him if Julian got to trial in the United States. But the prosecutors would probably say he was irrelevant.
Right. Because, Sheldon Adelson's head of security who, if not was the person orchestrating these events, the person overseeing their success, is irrelevant to the case.
Have you said it to your streaming audience that they basically have GLOMAR'd the UC Global evidence? And if people don't know what GLOMAR is, it's this thing that the CIA does where they neither confirm nor deny that something has happened. So that's how they were. That's how they thwart requests for information about the drone program. That's how they did that. They Glomar it. They did it for torture too. And so they basically, the prosecution authority said, well, we'll neither confirm or deny, or their words were, we'll neither say whether it's right or wrong what the witnesses are saying. And apparently, I don't know, I wish I could see this in court, but apparently privately away from us, they're going to be making arguments to the judge about what evidence is relevant and irrelevant. And then she'll be making findings in her decision about whether certain evidence would matter to the extradition. I kind of wish we could hear what she thinks is relevant or irrelevant.
Yeah, this goes back to that in the interest of open justice thing that Rachel seemed to be so keen on during the first week.
She did. She used to.
Of course, that was back when Julian Assange wasn't a journalist, and then he was a journalist, but that was okay because the U.S. can prosecute journalists. And now that we've moved on to, well, we really don't have anything to extradite him on except for the fact that we really, really, really want him here. Like, it's no longer in the interest of open justice to have these conversations. So, good night, folks. You know.
Well, that's why I'm really interested to hear what they're going to say this afternoon about the new indictment, because they haven't had a chance to put any evidence in. They can't call a witness about it, so you can't bring anybody from LulzSec to talk about what they did, or even to submit a statement.
Sorry to interrupt you. Kevin, sorry to interrupt you.
According to
because according to Mary Kostakidis on her tweets, there has been evidence tendered by the two convicted felons that under the new allegations. So I don't know. I assume that the evidence is in the witness statement or affidavit form.
Maybe. We'll hear from the submission. If she knows something that I don't, it's possible. We haven't had any witness submissions from them. Now, their names were mentioned in court because they went through there's at least two individuals.
Yeah.
I'm not going to remember their names because I'm not in the UK, but wasn't there like Ryan Aykroyd and there's another person?
Two convicted felons. So I
the two convicted felons that are part of the prosecution's team are Sabu and Siggy.
Oh, okay. Okay, those are the two convicted felons that she could be referring to. Yes,
that's my understanding of it. I mean, I could very, very easily be wrong about that, but according to the second superseding indictment, the only two convicted felons who are mentioned in it, as far as like providing testimony on behalf of the prosecution, are Sabu and Siggy. Sabu, of course, the paid FBI informant who set up LulzSec, and Siggy, convicted pedophile, certified sociopath, also convicted of impersonating Julian Assange and embezzling from WikiLeaks. That's their other star.
Well,
would you like to buy a shirt?
Oh my God, let me go find this, man. I have a shirt for
Ziggy.
No, it's a Sabu shirt.
Anyway, I was trying to find out when their statements or affidavits were tendered to the courts, so I haven't been able to.
But nothing has been submitted from them. I don't think they've provided anything. So all I can say is, following the proceedings, there's nothing that has been brought by them. So, but what we are going to get, they called it a submission that'll be on the new changes to the indictment and issues surrounding it. There's no witness, but okay.
This shirt came out like circa, I want to say like late 2012 or early 2013.
I love it. Warner Brother.
Nice.
You're all welcome for that. You are.
That's
Fuck that guy.
yeah.
Yeah, understatement. It's too early for me to scream.
But in the We Are Legion documentary, you might even be in that, Kevin. I'm not 100% sure.
Actually, I am. I think I am.
Okay.
I think
It was
no. You're confusing it with
the Internet boy.
No, I am in a hacker doc. Remember the one with Weave and
Yeah.
I think Barrett's in it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I forget what her name was, but she made it was about 3. I think Jeremy Hammond's in it too.
Jeremy Hammond is in it, and it's got the chick who was dating Aaron when he was assassinated.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say she wrote for either Wired or Computer Weekly or something like that, but I can't. Her name's escaping me. But at any rate, I believe it's in We Are Legion. I don't even know where the fuck I was going with that. I just got thrown way off course there. Anywho,
all right. Well, I think I'm gonna have to. No, we're not. We're not back. We are breaking until the top of the hour. They'll come back from lunch, and then
yeah.
And then we're gonna have an update on the Spanish case. Should be good to follow and chat about. And so, anyways, it was good joining you, but I think I'm gonna have to drop off here and take care of some things before we come back at the top of the hour. But it's been awesome to talk with you during the trial.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, we really appreciated this, Kevin. It's been a delightful way to pass the dark hours of the morning.
Yeah, I guess if I was in the courthouse, normally I just kind of like float among the hallways, but this is better because I don't have to like figure out how to fill my time. Like you're all right here, and I can talk with all of you.
We appreciate it.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
All right, take care, Kevin. Kevin Gastola, shadowproof.com. Once again, the entire month of September and October Slow News Day super chats are going directly to Shadowproof. So if you super chat the show, that's what I'm doing with the eventual money. Whenever YouTube takes its 40% cut and decides to stick it into my account.
Sorry, I've had a thought about why they're pursuing so aggressively this superseding indictment, trying to raise the penalty to over 5 years, because in order to extradite somebody, it's got to be a penalty that goes over 5 years. It's in a way they're showing that they're worried that the rest of the charges are going to go down the gurgler.
Well, that's the whole point of the first superseding indictment too, is because there was only one charge originally, and it was conspiracy to commit computer intrusion, and they were like
the espionage.
That was the first superseding indictment, was the 17 Espionage Act charges.
No, I think that was part of the first indictment, the original.
Hang
on.
Computer intrusion, and then they released the 17 count, and then this last one was the expand.
I think the 17 charges were added onto the first original charge.
That's what made it a superseding indictment.
Yeah, but they don't call that a superseding indictment. They just blended it into one, and they call it the original indictment. And then the first superseding indictment, I think, I could be wrong, it was the one that was filed out of time, because until they filed what they call a superseding indictment, where they rearrested Julian, that was filed out of time. So I think until what they call superseding indictment, until then it was just blended into one. The first original indictment was just blended into one, even though originally, you're right, they did charge him with one charge, then they added the 17,
which was the first superseding indictment.
They are, and just so you know, Nikki, they are calling it that, the one from May 2019. I just looked at it on the
Kendra had her research face on, so I took a step back and
Okay, all right.
looked it up
Yeah, go
myself.
on. So they are calling. Yeah, go on.
no, that's so the first indictment was the computer intrusion, and then they're calling when they added the espionage act charges. They're calling that's the first superseding indictment.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, thanks
And
for
then
that.
yeah, and now we're on our
Second and third, and so
Yeah.
we've lost count of. Yeah, okay, all right. But I think they're beginning to place emphasis on the first indictment with the computer hacking charge, because I think they were very worried about the 17 charges under the first superseding indictment, and they're trying to push up the penalty, the possible penalty, to make sure that if they lose on the espionage charges, that they can still extradite him under the first computer hacking charge.
Because that charge you can plead down to 2 years. You can plead that charge down to like 2 years or 2.5 years, and then they would have nothing to extradite him on because of time.
It's interesting that they're using this strategy so late in the game. It kind of shows that they're a little bit worried, at least.
Well, it's an example of the hubris of the U.S. empire to be like, we can have this person indicted on this charge alone, and it tipped the hand that it was about the criminalization of investigative journalism going forward. So they had to then tack on the Espionage Act charges to make it both an extraditable offense and one with enough time to where they could really damage, further damage Julian Assange, further damage WikiLeaks, and also set the precedent that the U.S. can do this to any journalist or publisher.
Can I just, I thought that the hacking charge had a maximum penalty of 5 years. And if they're not adding charges,
you can plead it down.
Yeah. No, but I'm just trying to work out if it's a maximum penalty and that you can plead down, then if I'm right about this, then they can't extradite him on a charge that is under a 5-year penalty.
They can, as long as there are ancillary charges that add more time.
But apparently they haven't added charges, just new allegations under
The
the
Espionage Act charges are the charges that they added, and they added those before time. It's the indictment that was issued out of time was an expansion on those charges, mostly on the original conspiracy to commit computer intrusion charge. There aren't additional Espionage Act charges. That's just they broaden the scope of the first original charge.
What I understood is that they broadened the scope of the original charges by adding allegations, but they haven't added charges.
correct.
Right. They couldn't add charges.
Yeah, if they haven't added charges, and the charge that they're trying to reinforce is the one on computer hacking, has a maximum of 5 years that can be reduced but not increased because it's a maximum of 5 years. I'm not sure where they're going with that, because my understanding, I will have to verify this, my understanding is that they can't extradite if there's not there's going to be a maximum penalty of something.
Well, they've got 17 other charges that carry 170 years as a maximum.
Concentrating on the computer hacking, because with that they can, of course they can, if they succeed on all the charges or some of them that carry them over the 5-year maximum penalty, they can extradite. I need to verify the minimum maximum penalties and at what point they can extradite, because there's got to be a minimum penalty attached to the charge. A minimum penalty. So it's going to be 5 years and more, I think. I think it's going to be 5 years and more, and then they can extradite. So if they're worried about failing on the espionage charges, then they're left with one, and they're going to have to make it look like it's going to be a minimum of 5 and more, I think.
Can one of our research prone wonderful chat crew members go look that up?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, they must have a lot, like, to your point, Nikki. I mean, at the 5-year mark, you would think that that's what they're going for with the expanded indictment. That would make sense because the Espionage Act charges, you know what I mean? Most
Yeah. Well, if they fail, they're
harder.
probably
Yeah.
thinking now, well, not now, as of recently, as of when, May, June, they were probably thinking, we're doing shit at this and we may fail on the espionage. So we need to really reinforce that one charge that we have on computer hacking.
Well, I've said that. It's like a do-over. It's like you're in a card game and you play a card and it's the wrong, and then someone plays another card that beats your card and you say, wait a minute, I take that back. I'm going to play this one.
I'm never playing cards with you now. You know that, right? Shouldn't have tipped your hand there.
Somebody could tell us somebody could tell us from the chat or whoever's watching, because we don't have time to chat and research something like this. Somebody could tell us what the minimum and maximum penalties are for that one charge. That would be great. That one computer hacking charge, whatever it is, I can't remember.
And if anybody's watching and you're on the Action for Assange Discord, either throw it in the chat or throw it in the Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord, it's action4assange.com/Discord. And now it's time for traffic and weather.
The other thing that I think they have great difficulty with is the dual criminality. So, because one of the things that they must prove is the dual criminality element, which means that whatever he's charged, there's an echo, whatever he's charged with under the US indictment has to also be a crime under the UK law. Now, given that he's never been charged with anything of this nature under the UK law, and the only thing they can get him on maybe with dual criminality might be the hacking thing. Maybe that's also where they're looking at.
Gosh, that's so interesting, Nikki, because then, I mean, basically, in some ways, it'd be, an admission by the UK if they did extradite him on any of those Espionage Act charges that they agree with them. Right?
Yeah, we'll also go after journalists. That's right.
Wow.
Well, what the UK has is the Official Secrets Act, but the penalties are nowhere near the penalties you can get under the Espionage Act. So even if they were going down that direction of saying, well, we have a similar system and he would be punished if he was charged under the UK system, when you look at the difference in outcome, you can't really argue that there's dual criminality. Under the Official Secrets Act, currently, the maximum penalties, I don't know, I don't want to say, but it really is much, much less. I think from memory, and I really could be wrong on this, I think it's 14 years maximum under the, I could be wrong. It needs to be verified. But you can't say that the two systems, the Espionage Act and the Official Secrets Act, are comparable, because if nothing else, the penalties are so vastly different. So anyway, I think what they're doing now is they're trying to reinforce that first charge under the original indictment, because it doesn't look good for them under the other 17 counts. And
it didn't look good for them under the computer intrusion account either. And it doesn't, I mean, they have this, none of the new, I mean, it puts them in a really bad spot. But the one thing that in my understanding that's good is that nothing is new that's come out. Do you know what I mean? Like all of this old information, and it's not, I mean, and I'm sure that they have responses to it too. It's more of like a time issue.
Yeah. Except that this isn't the actual trial of the hacking charge. This is
but they need to be able to prove that what he did violated enough of the law to warrant his extradition. And in terms of that, I don't think that there's been any prosecutorial bombshells that have gone off inside of that courtroom. If anything, even their own 2 prosecutorial witnesses that they called weren't successful in laying the ground. All of those witnesses were there to do was discredit extradition in terms of mental health.
I suspect they will do their best to try and win this on technicalities, procedural rules, evidentiary rules. They're going to try and find, and that's always a danger.
Well, they got a favorable judge too.
Yeah.
So
but that's what I'm really worried about, that despite all the evidence, despite them trying to hide what's going on inside there, that in the end, whoever's writing this ruling that will be read out by Beretza will basically put together a ruling based on technical aspects, technical legal aspects. That's a big worry.
This is when we need like the international artist community to go, okay, well, the only reason people paid any attention to Nelson Mandela is because we fucking put together like benefit concerts every 3 months and did this massive fucking media awareness campaign. And we've got Sean fucking Lennon, who is an adamant supporter of Julian Assange and Chelsea Manning and Roger Waters, MIA, and a number of artists, R.A. the Rugged Man, that have on record, said, yeah, we support this guy. What we need to do is get them together and reach all of their various, genres, all of their bases. Because without a massive public awareness campaign, we're fucking talking to ourselves, and like, they're pretty quickly like playing a one-man game of chess gets boring.
And there has to be help on a level like that. I agree. There needs.
And I realize that like this probably ain't the crew to appeal to the fucking like dinner party set. But Kendra, maybe you probably clean up better than any of us, but
most definitely.
We'll make Andrew shave again.
All Kendra has to do is throw on that blazer and she's good.
You had me at shoulder pads.
You're on to me.
Oh boy, I'm so glad people don't have access to our fucking signal.
Yeah.
Although at the same time, you would see that we're like mostly wholesome, well-meaning individuals that are full of love and occasional spite and bitterness and anger and frustration and get a little stabbed once in a while. But, we're fucking.
We do curse a lot.
A lot, but no less than we do on air.
Well, for the
more than we do on air.
Religious crowd out there, and I'm not religious, but for those who are religious, the Bible says that perfect love casteth out fear. So for all those who are fearful cowards and go to church, they should think about what love means and love Julian.
Yeah, well,
I mean, there's a fundamental role that the religious community has played in liberation movements and civil rights movements and human rights movements historically, and I've talked to a number of people who are members of an organized religion, who cite it as one of the reasons. My faith is why I am in support of this, and to that, all I can really say is like, thank you, bless you for it. I don't attend my church inside of a building, because I go to the church of Bill Hicks and George Carlin, and that it's my spirituality is centered around like a 2.5 hour long stand-up routine, as it should be.
Mm.
Well, I actually think though, Nikki, I mean, even, you mentioned that that's one thing that I've wondered about, where I think we have seen some, was it the Archbishop of Canterbury? There was somebody that did come out in the church with a letter in support of Julian, and
I don't think it was him because people. Well, if he did, then yeah,
I don't see the papacy being too big on press freedom.
No, he's well, there were the Vatican leaks. They're never going to support Julian because of the Vatican leaks. The Pope is not. Well, I don't know. Let's just say I did tweet to the Pope a few times, and I was papally and thoroughly ignored. So I think that there are people who have tried to appeal to the sense of mercy of the Pope, but we haven't seen it yet.
Mean, it's not cardinal, or it's not. It's the Pope. It's still Pope Frank. It's no longer Pope Hitler Youth, which is encouraging, although barely, because Pope Frank was instrumental in pedophile priest cover-ups.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Anyway, so unfortunately, we haven't had much support from any religious leaders, as far as I know.
The only religious leader that I know that fully supports Julian Assange 100% is the Reverend Andy Chambers, who in 10 days' time will be on Slow News Day again when I introduce my new co-host. I can't wait for that one.
Okay.
I'll never tell. Y'all just gonna have to fucking watch.
Misty's gonna harass you today.
Huh?
Misty's gonna start harassing you again today.
Oh, I told Misty.
Oh, okay.
Are you kidding me? I don't want to fucking put up with that kind of beratement.
Just real quick, I was going to say, what was somebody made a plea to the Archbishop of Canterbury, but I don't know if he's actually come out in support or not.
Yeah, I don't believe he has, but if he has, he hasn't been heard loudly. I mean, he didn't say it loudly and he hasn't been heard, but that doesn't mean he hasn't said anything. With the media blackout, maybe he has, and we don't know. And so if somebody knows anything about other religious leaders that may have spoken in favor of truth and press freedom and freedom of speech and in support of Julian, it'd be great to know. And I was going to say that, as a non-religious person, interestingly enough, every time they crucify him, it's around Easter time. He was arrested around Easter time, 2019. Last Easter, there was more stuff. So it's quite interesting, the
way the British criminal system adheres to the Judeo-Christian ritual calendar.
I don't know, but the parallels with the Jesus story are quite strong. I mean, even for a non-religious person, the timing, especially around Easter time. But the timing is quite interesting. So I was thinking, I wonder if it's done deliberately, for this to make it parallel, make this story a little bit parallel to the mainstream in the West, I guess, not the mainstream religion. I don't think Christianity is the mainstream religion, is it? I mean, there are more people that believe in other religions, I think, in terms of numbers. I think there are. Anyway, getting away from religion because it's not my thing. I
love talking about that shit, dude. That's like my favorite thing to talk about when I have Ryan Christian, the Last American Vagabond, on the show. Like, we've had some of the coolest conversations I've had in a good long time on just spirituality in general. And while I'm not a fan of I don't know, I guess dogmatic organized religion, I am a huge fan of developing a personal and intimate connection with something larger than yourself.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with leaving the question open. I just don't want somebody to tell me what it's about. I mean, it is a private, personal
decision,
exploration. But I don't think through the thousands of years that we've explored this subject, nobody's come to any conclusions really. Even the greatest philosophers, you've got some that say there is a God, there are 12 gods, there's no God, or there are gods but they're not interested in us. I kind of like Epicurus's approach, which is he doesn't deny that there are any gods, but he says they're not interested in us. I kind of think that's a good way of looking at it. And why would they be?
The only person who's actively religious is silent. That's fucking hilarious.
No, for me, I mean, Steve, I am one of those people. I mean, that's part of why I was moved to support Assange was, my own journey within my own personal faith. But it's very, I don't get it. I don't know why there wouldn't be a big movement with the church. Pretty, truth is important. That's what.
Yeah. Well, even if it's not, the church, the formal institution. I mean, the people who do genuinely believe in the truth shall set you free.
Well,
no perfect love casteth out fear. Love your neighbor. All those there. There are religious books, not just the Christian Bible. There are, so many books that.
This is basically where I am on this whole thing.
Love that picture so much.
That was fun that Kimber did that, right?
Yeah.
Kimber posted this. Yeah. This comes from Mean Panda, but holy fuck, is it accurate?
Actually, I have a friend who's very religious in Greece. And so I was asking her for her perspective, and she said, well, maybe all of this is happening for the whole truth to be revealed to the world about everything. And I thought, oh, that's an interesting way, because in many ways it has. We've learned so much about the terror and the horror of the US, UK, NATO system through not only this trial, but through this persecution. So I thought, well, that's a very interesting way of seeing it, from her perspective. And, I thought, okay, well, that's a valid point of view, that perhaps the whole truth will sneak out because of this.
Well, I think part of the thing too is that it's just there. You can hide the truth for some time, but I think part of what makes the truth is that it's what is, so
Yeah.
Eventually, like even the whole system that this war machine and everything, eventually it's going to destroy itself. That's the whole point of this is let's stop this and, make a world based off of truth and information. And that's one of the things that I think was always so great in any, a lot of the speeches that Assange would give is that he would bring back to that. Like, if we want a better world, we have to know what we're dealing with to even make
of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, you can't make decisions based on lies. You certainly can't make decisions about your life and your world and the world you want to live in based on lies. So a lot of the stuff that our elites get away with is because they've had the media under the thumb, and because they've been able to persistently, totally lie in the most flagrant way for years, including about history. I mean, a lot of people, a lot of the stuff we talk about that's supposedly historical fact needs to be looked at again, because, who's telling us these historical facts? So a lot of the stuff we think is historically factual is not. And I think a lot of people are terrified about having to reassess their belief system and their beliefs, because that takes a lot of hard work and a shift of consciousness, and it kind of shakes the world, doesn't it? So it takes an effort to deal with it takes an effort to face the truth.
My friend Sam Tripoli often says that people would rather be right than do right.
Yeah.
And being right is something that shifts with public opinion, or shifts with new information, or shifts because you're distancing yourself from new information, but the prevailing conventional wisdom says that you're right. Whereas doing right is significantly harder and certainly pays less.
But yeah, I'm not sure that people necessarily look at self-interest only in financial ways. I think most people are more complicated than that. So it's not necessarily that you can buy people out. I don't think it's as simple as that. So a lot of people function on other triggers as well. And, most people want to be approved. They want to be part of the group. They want to feel a sense of belonging. And because the sense of belonging has been created with the enemy camp,
Right.
a lot of people want to be attached to the winning team. And the winning team is, unfortunately, the war criminals.
Yeah.
I would like to send out my heartfelt condolences to Glory Jones. Her Miami Heat were unsuccessful in Game 1 of the NBA Finals against the Lakers last night. I wish you luck. I do. Sorry to bring that up on the middle of a live stream, but
Solidarity.
Steve, so I was going to ask, have you had success getting from Red Star Radio on your show? Because
Alex has been on a few times. Yeah. I've had some wonderful conversations with him.
Yeah,
okay,
he is
They usually
funny.
go for like 2.5 or 3 hours too. Like they're long.
That guy
episodes.
is so fucking funny.
I was going to say, I saw his last video, what's it called, cosplay, the last one that he put up about Keir Starmer. Oh my God, I killed myself laughing. He's spot on so many issues, and he's really funny.
His
Alex has
Twitter is
a
funny too.
particular, I don't sort of, but he's got Starmer in his sights. Like if he's been kicking Sir Keir around. He calls him like the IKEA prime minister or something like that. Like he's just this very pre-assembled, fucking he's Alex is a good dude. I enjoy him. I do.
Yeah. Well, maybe you could get him back on the next panel or one of the panels that you have. Oh, and I was going to suggest for you.
I should bring him on Sunday. Pasta's coming.
Yeah, you can. And Whitney Webb on Assange. Can you bring her back on?
I mean, yeah, but I usually bring her on to talk about what she's researching.
Okay. Has she done? She must have done some research on. Sorry, I don't have time. I haven't had time to follow, even though there are people I follow because I think they're fantastic. I followed her on the Epstein stuff, but
she's been doing amazing work lately. She's been digging. She dug into Ghislaine Maxwell's family. She's done a bunch of stuff on some more simulation crap that the government's done.
The Maxwell sisters are just as horrific as Ghislaine. Like, if you don't know this, it's because you're not watching my interviews with Whitney.
Well, criminals usually come from criminal families. We talk about criminal families. So, they probably didn't know anything but crime when they were growing up in their family.
Well, if Robert Maxwell's your dad, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they were educated in a particular way. So, and Eva Bartlett. I know Eva Bartlett has, she was in one of those imperialism on trial events that were held.
Yeah, so Eva's moving. And she, her internet connection in Syria was pretty bad. But she told me maybe 3 weeks ago that she should be in her new place and have her shit sorted out right around now-ish. She said beginning of October. So, I talk to her like just once a week. We exchange a handful of messages. And because I value her work as a reporter, so she's somebody that I like to frequently check in with, just to be like, hey, when you've got time, we'd love to have you on again. But yeah, she should be sorted within a week, I think, and then be able to start doing interviews again after that. sucker for an Irish accent, I guess.
I thought she was Canadian. No, she's not Canadian.
She's
Nope.
Irish. And the right kind of Irish, too, not that Belfast shit. Fucking Ulsterite sons of bitches. Fucking the black and tans are on their way to my house now. That's a joke out of 1918, folks. If you're unfamiliar with that, I'd recommend you start reading an author called Tim Pat Coogan. He writes books that are about this small. Incredible writer in terms of Irish history and what happened during the Easter Rebellion.
Yeah. There's yeah.
Did you guys see this? I know we've read it before. I mean, I know she's come out with other statements, but the statement by Rebecca Vincent today, I don't know if you already read it, but
No.
it's just another statement.
Yeah.
It's just powerful to me. I am not exaggerating when I say I have felt more welcome, respected, and able to do my job as an NGO observer in more professional conditions at a prison campus in Turkey than I have at Woolwich Crown Court or the Old Bailey Court in London. I am embarrassed.
Yeah, that is powerful. And now they just have to downrank the UA to position 135.
Well, and this is something Rebecca told us too, right before the hearings began, or right after the hearings began. I think she brought this up on a live stream where like it was easier for her in a number of countries that are supposedly worse on press freedom than the US or the UK. And it's been significantly more difficult for her at this particular hearing. The fact that they're still shutting, they successfully shut out basically every observing watchdog agency on the planet. And why that doesn't have all of those organizations releasing at least statements or having their directors go on whatever TV show will have them to just, rant about it is fucking beyond me.
It's certainly a forest of red flags.
Yeah, gotta love that phrase. Thank you, Helen Beniski, for coming up with and allowing me to steal the phrase. That raised a forest of red flags. It was just a beautiful turn of phrase for me.
Yeah. Do you know if the Council of Europe sent any observers?
I don't.
I wonder if somebody could tell us if
that might be. I'll text Deepa right now and ask if she knows.
Because I'd like to know if there are there any legal observers, trial monitors from these big institutions like the Council of Europe that put Julian on a list of protected journalists? Shouldn't they have
what gallery would they be in? Because I think Gordon was in the public area, or was he in the journalist area? But I think we know a couple people that were in both at some point, I think. So they might have seen someone too.
I don't know. I mean, my impression is from the snippets we get on Twitter, my impression is that there isn't anybody in there really, but I could be wrong, of course. But I would be really interested to see if anyone is there from the Council of Europe, not the European Council, different institution, the Council of Europe. Or from anywhere.
Hey, we've got. I'm kind of stoked, man. We've had a couple of people join the A4A Discord during this stream.
Nice.
I can't keep track of that right now. Did you say hi? Or welcome or something?
I haven't got that far yet. No, I was.
Here, let me try to get it open on my other computer.
I was messaging.
Live welcome.
I'm just going to get coffee, so I'm going to mute and turn off my.
Sure. For those who just joined the A4A Discord, your
sorry about that.
Your instructional literature will arrive in your inbox short. I'm kidding. None of that.
There's a couple rules, but they're very simple.
Yeah.
It boils down to don't be a shitheel, and we don't care who
Right.
you vote, and we don't care who you vote for. So keep it at chat.
Yeah.
Right. We got more important things going on.
Pretty much. It just causes everyone to fight. I just don't want to deal with this shit.
Well, I think that's been, that was such a great thing how Unity for J started with that. Like, look, people, this is
That's where I got the rule from.
Yeah, yeah. We did Denver the same way. It was really helpful. And we've had I would say that from this, I don't know if you guys would agree. I mean, I think you do. We've talked about it before. I mean, people with differing, views, we've actually been able to have conversations, reminiscent of a decade ago, where you can actually talk to people that you don't completely disagree with on everything. It's nice.
I don't like fucking agreeing with everyone I know. I mean, most of my friends, honestly, a lot of them are right wingers. And I don't fight with them over that shit, And we agree on probably 80% of shit. So it just when you're talking to these people, most of the crap you disagree on doesn't even fucking come up, because it's all periphery shit. It's all dumb shit. So it's people Gordon really nailed it on the head, man. We got to start talking to people more, plain and simple. It's everyone's so stuck in this fucking team sports shit. This is the worst election I've ever seen for that. Even 2016 was bad, but Jesus, you can't even say something on Twitter to a right winger that you don't agree with on a lot of shit without being like, oh my God, you interacted with somebody, we're canceling your ass. I'm like, I don't fucking care. Go fuck yourself. I'll talk to whoever I want.
Right, exactly. I'll talk to whoever I want. I don't.
That's why we put so much emphasis on this thing being a post-partisan deal. I really don't care what your personal politics are, because that's an evolutionary process.
I mean, Rev Annie, if she can go stand up to the fucking KKK to try to make an alliance on one issue, we can fucking do that for press freedom.
Right.
That's the only way we're gonna get it. You're not gonna get it with one side or another. You need everybody on board for that shit. So thank you, Rev Annie. Shout out.
Yes.
You give me inspiration. I love you, Rev Annie. But yeah, it's crazy to me.
And we've had some vigils, I know, at least that when I've been a co-host, where we've had people, that are far right, pretty far left. And you know what? They've been great vigils.
Yeah.
And people know when to, respect people, and, maybe they don't, just because you disagree with something someone's saying too, it doesn't always have to be a fight, or always, make it, every conversation doesn't have to be around that.
Yeah, it's like, hey, if hey, you want press freedom, cool, we can work on some shit together.
Right.
That's where I'm at with it. We're not, electoral politics is not going to get us out of this, and it's not going to get us press freedom. It's just not.
Right.
Electoral politics is going to get us brand new shiny leashes and chains every 2 to 4 years.
Hey, now, no kink shaming.
Yeah. We've constructed this beautiful prison for you to live in.
Who needs
where you're monitored 24/7.
With mass surveillance and television.
That is the chain. I forgot which one of my friends, but this was a long time ago when cell phones started becoming a thing. He's like, no, I'm not getting a cell phone. It's a fucking electronic leash. And that motherfucker was so right. And this was when we had flip phones and shit. This was before we even had smartphones. So shout out to whichever one of my friends said that.
I held out on getting a phone until 2001.
I had one actually. I didn't have a personal phone until after that, but I always had one for work, usually. They give me a fucking phone because I was on call a lot. So, but like, yeah, that was it. Until smartphones came out, I was like, oh, hey, I don't have to have 8 devices with me, like, to listen to music and shit while I'm on the train. So that's when I went the smartphone route.
I like what I saw with what is her name? Shoshana. Steve, you had recommended the book to me.
Zuboff.
Zuboff, yeah, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. I just heard her say something where she, we should have a right to all of these technologies and be able to have our privacy as well. I mean, I remember imagining that, one day I'm going to be able to, just look up where this street corner and find out the history, and here we are there. And, but then we have all of these other things going on.
And everything is suppressed as shit to, like, herd us into these little boxes. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Google is evil.
And watching Millie Weaver's documentary,
I still haven't watched that. I need to watch it. I grabbed it before it got yanked.
And again, I mean, like the questions they didn't ask in that documentary to me are much more important than what's actually covered in the documentary, because it's there to paint Donald Trump in a sympathetic light while exposing some of these things. And I don't necessarily trust that either really of the subjects of the documentary are good faith actors. But what they demonstrate and show is there's my alarm. I should wake up now. What they demonstrate and show is that there's a tool called the Shadow Net that allows for group targeting or individual targeting. And there's a whole drop-down menu where you can choose how you're going to target an individual or a group through social media and through sending them articles and advertising and shit like that. And you can basically manufacture outrage on just about anything you want, whether or not it's real, whether or not it's legitimate. And people are such fucking willing victims of this. Like Kendra and I were talking about this yesterday, like the amount of times you don't say shit on Twitter, what you don't put out. And like the first thing I do, at least in my case, is like, am I being steered to have this reaction? Am I giving my own real reaction to this, or is this something that I'm being like pushed to do? And my initial inclination is that, like, if I don't routinely talk about something that I'm about to get upset about, maybe it's not being organically induced. And maybe I should just go ahead and delete this and fuck it, or like stick it into my drafts and do a little bit of, give it a think up as to whether or not I've been manipulated to have this reaction to it.
Well, and I think I actually had a friend tell me who just, despises Trump and is more of a, listens to NPR and, just saying like, I am not a hateful person, a very sweet person, and just like feeling this rage. And I think so much of that, to your point, Steve, that's a really good point, to check yourself and say, wait a minute, why am I feeling this way? Like, is this correct? Is this legitimate to what's going on?
Would I normally be pissed about this?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and if I can remember to ask myself that question, like at least 7 times out of 10, it's like, no, you wouldn't normally be pissed about this. Like, why, fucking stay in your lane, homie. Like, but you already yell about enough shit, dude. You don't need to pick up extra things to be angry about,
One thing to be happy about, I will say, is I'm looking on my screen right now at all the supporters out in front of the Old Bailey, and that's just so awesome. I mean, thank you so much to everybody that's in the UK. I know nobody's listening because they're all out there right now, but that's just it's just wonderful. I feel like we've seen it grow and grow every day, and that's just thank you to all of those people.
Indeed. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm not up on the dead air today. I'm tired.
It's okay.
We should be returning to court now. Let me
About damn time. Shit.
Oh, another success.
here we go.
There's going to be another one.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, defense lawyer Mark Stubbs from the Assange defense account, back from recess. Defense says they just need another half hour. Prosecution complains 2 new statements have just come in, objects to even considering them. Defense lawyer Mark Summers says, upon mature reflection, I don't expect these will be objectionable. These have been mentioned and discussed before, so we are breaking for another 40 minutes. By the time court comes back, I'm gonna have to go to work. Like, that's basically where we're at.
I think so too. Yeah.
I mean, I can stay on till like just before 8 a.m. here, but I don't even know if we get to broadcast the end of the fucking hearing today because they keep pushing this shit.
I wonder if they're gonna add another day.
They seem pretty adamant about
Closing this today.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What time is it there? It's like early afternoon.
It's 2:05
Okay.
in the UK currently.
Okay. I really like this. Upon mature reflection.
I'm gonna start
British.
sentences like that now.
It's a good one.
My dad used to hit me with like, I'd ask him for something and he would look at me and he would go, I'm gonna give that all the consideration it's due. Oh, it stung, man. That stung. It still stings.
Oh, my mom, I'd like go to ask my mom something and she'd just automatically no. That was her move.
That's great.
Hey, can I? Nope.
Yep.
But you didn't. Nope.
Yep.
But nope.
She had a sense of when I was going to say something stupid.
Yeah, moms are good for that.
Well, I'm like a carbon copy of her personality wise, so she knew.
You had tells.
Oh, my daughter's just like me too. So like I have the same kind of thing with her. I'm like, what? No, let me stop you immediately.
Yeah, one of my sons, my 14-year-old, my 9th grader, is like a carbon copy of my fucking like 12-year-old id, and it's horrifying.
Oh yeah, no, it trips me out. Like I'm like, Jesus.
Actually, it's not, because man, the shit that I was doing when I was 14 was so far beyond what.
Oh, I get it.
Like, I'm stoked in terms of that. Like, he's a much kinder, gentler human than I was at that age.
I get it. My kid's only about a year younger than yours. Yeah,
you may find this hard to believe, but I was kind of a handful as a teenager.
I am shocked. I had a good 4 years where I was just fucking awful, but then I was working like full-time programming and shit by the time I was 16. So like that went away pretty quickly.
We were like, hey, let's go steal cars and set off pipe bombs.
And I was like, I want to make a bunch of money, so I did that instead.
Yeah, me too, but that was pretty much limited to Grateful Dead parking lots.
Good times.
Allegedly. Wow.
One thing, it looks like Kevin did some, in this interim, he said there was plenty of coverage of statements from former UC Global employees on day 17, but there were several other witness statements. I'll use the time during this break to highlight some key testimony that perhaps has been overlooked. Do you guys want to?
Yeah, sure, because he's got Coburn's testimony, and that was something that didn't really get fleshed out much during the hearing yesterday.
Okay.
Here's
one. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. Aitor Martinez. Sorry. Lawyer whose firm filed criminal case against UC Global Director David Morales in Spain, outlined for court why witness number 1 and witness number 2 needed protected status. They feared repercussions from Morales as a result of accusing him of serious crimes. I'm sure that they did. Martinez, former employees knew that David Morales had elite military training as former member of military who trained with Special Ops Unit of Marine Infantry, the Marine Corps of Spanish Navy. As a result of this, they feared that he could possess firearms. Did you guys already go over this earlier?
I don't think so.
All right, I'll keep going. On the 17th of September, police raided Morales' home. They found guns with serial numbers rubbed off, as well as ammunition. Morales didn't have ownership license for the guns. That raid broadened the charges to include illegal possession of arms. Wow, that's interesting. Martinez, David Morales has access to the personal information of the witnesses, including their home addresses. As a result, one of the witnesses is currently living away from home in another location for fear of reprisals. You know, I mean, that's just one thing to think about, is so many, I mean, you see what's happening to Julian Assange. I just, you know, I hate using the word shout out, but it's just so many brave people coming forward, I guess, is what I would say. And I really.
What do you have against shout out?
I don't know. It's overly used.
Okay.
But I can't think of another thing to say.
Fair.
Okay, I'll read this next one. Also Martinez, the potential for retaliation or actions designed to prevent witnesses from continuing to give evidence extends far beyond David Morales, not only to organization Las Vegas Sands, but also to individuals such as Zohar Lahav. Lahav, an individual identified by witnesses as former head of security for a company who is a close associate and friend of David Morales. Zohar Lahav is believed to have security background and extensive contacts worldwide. Do you want to pick up on any of this, Steve?
Sure.
I'm on.
Let's.
If you're on his thread, I'm right after it.
Yeah.
1 hour.
So another statement from day 17, September 30th, was attorney Robert Boyle's statement on the abuse of the grand jury in the case against Julian Assange. As Boyle notes, prosecutors are not surprised to use grand juries to gather evidence for use at a subsequent criminal trial, but the burden is on the person subpoenaed to show that they are being called solely for preparation for the trial. Boyle says, because of the secrecy that attaches to grand jury proceedings, witnesses and or already indicted defendants will ordinarily lack proof that a subpoena was issued for an improper purpose. A grand jury subpoena cannot be used to discourage a witness from testifying for the defense at a trial or to otherwise interfere with the defense. But courts held so long as testimony sought was proper, it can still be used for an improper purpose. All of this relates to Chelsea Manning, who resisted a grand jury subpoena, and Assange was indicted on March 6, 2018, around a year before Manning was jailed for contempt. The government did not need her testimony to charge Assange. Manning's continued confinement was punitive and an abuse of the grand jury process, which will likely adversely affect the defense of Julian Assange. Her subpoena was used to get a preview of trial testimony if she were to be called as a defense witness. Several statements from journalists were read in court on day 18. Patrick Coburn, longtime Mideast correspondent, provided testimony on the Iraq and Afghanistan war logs. He was in Kabul when he first heard the WikiLeaks revelations. The quote from Coburn about the Iraq war logs: "These reports are the small change of war. but collectively, they convey its reality far better than even the most well-informed journalistic accounts. Again, with the quote, or with a quote from Patrick Coburn, the WikiLeaks documents expose the way the U.S., as the world's sole superpower, really conducted its wars, something that the military and political establishments saw as a blow to their credibility and legitimacy. No shit. Well, that's an understatement. The early attempts to discredit Assange focused on trying to prove that the WikiLeaks disclosures had led directly to the death of U.S. agents and informants. The Pentagon put a great deal of effort into substantiating this allegation. The Pentagon set up an information review task force headed by senior counterintelligence officer Brigadier General Robert Carr, which studied the impact of revelations and sought to produce a list of people who might have been killed because of the info the cables contained. Carr later described the extent of his task force failure in testimony given at Manning's sentencing hearing in July of 2013. After long research, his team of 120 counterintelligence officers had not been able to find a single person among thousands of American agents and secret sources in Afghanistan and Iraq who could be shown to have died because of the disclosures. Carr told the court that at one point his task force seemed to be getting somewhere. The Taliban claimed to have killed a U.S. informant identified in the WikiLeaks cables. It was a sign of desperation on part of the counterintelligence officers that in seeking evidence against WikiLeaks, they were reduced to citing the Taliban as a source. And as Carr admitted during defense cross-examination, the Taliban turned out to be lying. The name of the individual killed was not in the WikiLeaks disclosures. In 2010, WikiLeaks won a great victory for freedom of expression and against state secrecy, and the U.S. government is now making every effort to reverse it. And that's where it may have, and that's the end of that thread. And if I have to hear one more thing or see one more thing about Chrissy Teigen, I'm going to punch my computer.
120 counterintelligence officers. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, and yet the U.S. government is still trying to make the case that the release of Cablegate and the Iraq and Afghan war logs caused people to come to harm. Like, even though in their own fucking military court-martial process, they threw over 100 paid counter intel officers at it, and they came up with nothing. Like almost a decade later, they're still trying to say that this happened. Like it's so. I'm wondering, because the allegations, at least that relate to the release of the name of informants, because they're built on absolutely nothing, and they've had so long to be aware of this. Does the Department of Justice, like, are they just kept in such a fucking tight bubble where they don't even know what happened in this case? Or are they just hoping that not only is the judge sympathetic, but the defense is inadequate and ill-prepared enough to where they'll just let that bit slide? Like, why would you make that one of the cruxes of your arguments?
I don't know.
I don't know, dude. I'm not I'm not a legal expert by any means.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is that they're obviously just trying to put some sort of, I shouldn't use legal terms when I'm not exactly sure how to apply them, but I would say, reasonable doubt. So that Judge Baratzer says, well, there's obviously this is a possibility that needs to, be further decided or something like that. And maybe that's, all that they would have to prove. I don't know. Nikki, what do you think about that?
Yeah, well, because it's not a criminal trial, like the actual trial deciding anything on the merits of the charges, and it's an extradition hearing. I think it's a different standard of proof. I think it's a lower standard of proof. And don't forget that it's the onus of proof is reversed in a way, because what happened was we had the Home Secretary signing off on the extradition, saying yes, we will extradite, and then Julian contested that, so he is contesting.
The orders are
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, no, I would need to verify exactly what needs to be proven and by whom before Bahrain makes a decision.
You'd think the own government, testifying against themselves, basically.
I know it's
would be
weird.
true.
It's weird. Well, that's why I think they're going to try and win this on technicalities. I think the closing arguments will probably be on trying to get evidence thrown out. They're going to find some kind of. I'll be very interested in reading the closing arguments when they come out, because looking at the state of things at this point, it is surreal. It's a surreal trial. Even for a sham trial, it's surreal. So I don't know what they're doing, where they're going, and I'm wondering whether they know what they're doing and where they're going with this. I'm talking about the prosecutor. So it's quite bizarre, you know. I was thinking also, I was wondering just a second ago whether Julian is going to be giving any witness statements in this trial.
Probably not. Not in this. Not for extradition.
We haven't heard anything. I would think we would have, you know what I mean? That we would have.
Yeah. Well, because they certainly haven't allowed him to talk to anybody, including to his lawyers. So I'm just wondering. Well, I don't think he's, prohibited from putting in his own witness statement or affidavit. But in criminal trials, often lawyers will not call their client to the stand to give any witness accounts. But that's in a criminal trial. Now, in an extradition hearing, would it be advantageous to have your client giving a witness testimony? So I don't know. Something to think about. Because it's definitely a good chance for him to tell his own story in his own words. But they won't give him a computer. They won't even give him pen and paper, right? I think even his quota of the amount of paper is limited. Well, when they finally gave him a computer, the keys were glued down, so he certainly can't type up his own statement.
That's part of where I was, I know we talked about it too, but that's like, here we are listening to, a couple of testimony about the condition of the U.S. prison system, and then you've got, but yet for the past year, we've been talking about the conditions of Belmarsh, to basically unsympathetic ears. And it was known how he was treated in February before the that one day where he was handcuffed, I don't know, 10 different times and strip searched and put in a hot box, and all of these things, and yet this is this is right there, and they're going to care about what's going to happen in the US. It's just very.
Yes, and we've got the UN Special Rapporteur who said that this was torture. We've got the Council of Europe that confirms and endorses what the UN Special Rapporteur said. And we've got a court in the UK, a prosecutor saying all of that is nonsense.
I did get a response from Deepa. She said there's nobody present from the Council of Europe, but there is a German MP who's watching on the cloud video feed.
Okay, but so the
And
council.
that like there, but I don't know. She doesn't know, and I don't know if the MP is a member of, like,
No,
a sitting member of the council.
European, no, he wouldn't be, because the European MP, that's got to do with European institutions. I was interested if the Council of Europe had anybody representing them or observing for them.
As far as Deepa can tell, no.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. I wonder if they applied and were rejected. That would be even more interesting if they applied to have an observer and were rejected. That's huge if they applied and were rejected.
I was wondering that too. I didn't know if you guys knew if there was an actual list out there of all of the NGOs and parliamentarians that did get denied.
I FOI'd. Well, I didn't do it in the form of an FOI. I asked those questions to the court about who applied, who was accepted, who was rejected, on what criteria, etc. No response. I'm going to have to do it on the whatdotheyknow.com site or something. I didn't even get an acknowledgement of receipt, even though I said, please treat these questions as an FOI request. Nothing. Not even an acknowledgement of receipt.
Maybe that could be another action for, Andrew could put up. I think that would be a good one for action for Assange. Maybe we should all inquire about this.
Yeah, I am very interested on what criteria were used to accept or reject applicants for the. I applied myself to connect to the court via video link. No response, nothing. I was just ignored. And I also asked about on what basis was I rejected, because if I was ignored, I assume I was rejected. So yeah, I would like to know how the selection of the handful of journalists and observers was conducted. Who was initially accepted and then rejected?
Well, what they did is you could apply, and if you could prove that you were a credited journalist, then you were given access to the cloud video platform. But in terms of the NGOs and other watchdog groups trying to observe, they initially said, yes, you can do that. Credited a campaign that Action for Assange started in order to get them that platform. And then Monday, before the hearing even started, Baratzer came up with some weird fucking excuse.
This was just an error. She didn't. I'm not aware of her coming up.
No, she said because somebody leaked a picture in February, that's why they weren't going to do it.
Right. Yeah. So everybody gets punished because one person leaked a picture. Well, there you go. Baratzer's law.
Yeah. And we think it was Marty Silk that did that.
I've heard it was somebody else.
Okay.
But in any case,
yeah, there were like 3 names that were being bandied about. I'm not entirely sure who it actually was.
In any case, okay, if she decided she was then going to close the court, she had to make a ruling and give reasons for that ruling. I asked for that. Again, I sent an email saying, well, has there been a ruling as to closing the court off, and can I have it? And I'd like to see the reasons. But I haven't been contacted with any ruling giving reasons officially, official reasons for why she closed the court off. And are those official reasons valid under the law?
I thought she had said that she just didn't, that they got approved without her approval or something like that. And so she rescinded it. That's what I had remembered reading. But Steve, you said that's because of that picture? I didn't realize that.
That's what I had. It was either Mo or Tarek that told us that over the weekend.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
Well, Yeah. Well, you know, if
And they were both sitting there for it. So
if she did make a ruling closing off the court for whatever reason, apparently this is a reason that's been thrown out in the air. If that's the reason, it's totally unreasonable and disproportionate. You cannot close off the biggest trial of the century to the world because one person managed to get in there and take a picture. If they were worried about that kind of thing, they could have asked, like they're doing now with the people that are allowed in, to leave all their equipment outside. Most people leave their phones and iPads, etc., outside to other activists, or they don't bring their equipment with them at all.
I thought I thought the journalists can have their laptops and shit. They can't, really?
I think I have no idea what the current situation is with that. Actually,
not inside the room.
Speculate. I don't. The journalists that are in there could probably tell us.
Oh, I mean the cloud thing. I mean they're allowed that because aren't they in a separate room with that cloud thing? Because I thought they did have equipment in there.
Yeah. In fact, Mo shared the cost of renting an office building right next to the Old Bailey with a number of other journalists, and that they're all in the same room on the cloud video feed. That's why it was so fucking noisy in the background the morning that Mo popped in here. So, and according to Mo, he says, although the case was expected to end today, it may end up going into tomorrow because of all these, all of the objections and introduction of new testimony or new witness statements and blah, 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 blah.
So
we may actually go into like another half day tomorrow.
And what are the new witness statements? Do we know?
Don't know for sure. Let's go back to maybe Assange defense has something on it. I don't know. I'll go back to Mo's feed.
I'm wondering whether the new witness statements are the convicted felons. I can never. Sabu and what's the name of the other idiot?
Siggy.
And Siggy and Sabu, the convicted.
Sigurd Thordarson is Siggy, and Hector Monsignor is Sabu. Okay, so when this is Mo as of 5 minutes ago, when court reconvened, Mark Summers told the court that the parties were very nearly in agreement as to the final statements and required only 30 more minutes. However, this changed slightly when James Lewis for the prosecution objected, saying that it has become almost intolerable because they have had 4 new statements today, and that while 2 of which have dealt with 3 minutes before entering the court, we've been served with 2 more statements. We are not going to agree to them. We are going to object. Lewis insists, unless the defense can convince the court otherwise. Mr. Summers appeared surprised and insisted that he hadn't understood that was the position being taken. And there's a statement in question from a Mrs. Pierce that Lewis hadn't seen before. Oh, Prince, not Pierce. Jesus. Oh no, it's Pierce and Prince. Interesting. I'm not sure if that's an error on Mo's part or if we have 2 separate statements that are being talked about here from a Pierce and a Prince, because that would be, confusing. Clearly, and maybe it's just me. That's happened before. And this is where the upon mature reflection quote comes from. Summers told the court that he doesn't believe that upon mature reflection, the 2 additional statements are going to be properly objectionable. The judge adjourned until 2:40. She will also review the 2 additional statements, and if an agreement hasn't been reached by the parties, she may have to intervene. And then this is where Mo editorializes that even though it was supposed to wrap today, because of all this fuckery, it may continue over into tomorrow. Which, if that's the case, man, like, I thought we were done with this early morning shit.
Yeah, I get it.
I thought we were.
Happy to see you guys another day.
Yeah, me too.
The super sick part of my head has in some aspects enjoyed all of this very much, but
You've had some good conversations, but man, I'm tired.
my physical body hates me.
You're gonna have to take cat naps during the day. You'll have
Can't
to.
really do that on an active construction site.
Can't you hide
They
somewhere?
frown on the job site hammock.
First, you have to turn off the tools. Any power tools have to be
Yeah,
turned.
exactly.
For one.
I think I'm
Yeah.
the only one. I'm the only one here that's able to like just like crash out for a couple hours.
I mean, we unplug everything before we go to lunch and shit, but like, no, and while my boss has napped once or twice on a job site, I don't have the luxury of doing that.
Mm.
Although I wasn't even half-assing yesterday. I was like quarter-assing yesterday. I was basically fucking useless.
No, you weren't.
Well, at work, yeah.
Disagree violently.
I was fucking like my boss kept looking at me going, man, you look tired. I'm like, yes, you motherfucker, I am. I'm beat, dude. Okay, well we'll wrap early, and early was like an hour and a half early than we normally do, and it was still 104 or 102 when I left my job site, 104 when I got back to my place.
I have no idea what that is in Celsius, but I imagine that's hot.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically it's the temperature of a lithium hot spring.
I have no idea what that is, but I imagine it's really hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna see what we can find out about these extra new witnesses. I'm gonna mute.
How much longer can you stick around for, Kendra, before you've got to bounce?
Honestly, probably pretty soon here.
That's what I thought. I was looking at what time it was.
Well, I will, I probably will bounce, and I'll plan on seeing you guys. Well, I guess we'll see if I see you tomorrow or not, depending on what happens.
You will.
Yeah, sounds like it. So, okay, well, have a good rest of your day, everybody, and yeah, catch up with you tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
Kendra.
Thank you, Kendra.
Bye.
Okay. So, right. We still don't know who these witnesses. They're still going through the objections. Is that right?
Yeah.
I wonder who. Maybe Mary knows. I'll go to Mary's thread.
No, she's just saying.
She said Lewis is objecting to 2 new statements. That was 33 minutes ago. And Summers says they need another half an hour, another break. Okay, so they're on another break, I guess.
All right, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I gotta go make some more coffee.
Yeah.
I'm like nodding off.
Okay.
Sure. So who's ahead in this race of tweeting? You're saying it's Mohammed Almazi.
Well, it was speculation on most part that it'll carry over, and then someone directly asked Mary if she thought if they'd finish today, and her supposition is that the defense will power through the statements with 5-minute summaries. And then she doesn't understand why they can't give the Spanish case update and the submission on the second superseding indictment. But again, I mean, the rate that they're going, with the number of statements that they have and the number of, the updates that need to be made and the introduction of new material, it's possible that they can motor through that in an hour and 20 minutes with no breaks. It seems rather anticlimactic for the biggest press freedom trial in fucking living memory. But
Well, in any case, I imagine they're going to have some problems with the fact that they limited cross-examination on several occasions by the defense, if I've understood correctly. So there goes again, once again, the equality of arms, equality before the law, due process. You know, how is this judge going to say, I accept this evidence because there was no cross-examination when you haven't allowed a cross-examination? You know what I mean?
yeah,
So I'm not sure how that's going to go. I still think that they're going to fight this on technicalities. Like, I don't think they've got much evidence. The prosecution, I don't think the prosecution has much evidence in support of their allegations and their charges. The contrary. It's the contrary that, you know, pretty much everything they've brought forward has been rebutted and challenged successfully, I think. So, yeah. And who else are we concentrating on in terms of reporting? Has Tarek put up anything recently?
oh, I don't know. Let's go find out. If I can can't type.
Okay, 2 hours ago, I see. 2 hours ago, 30 minutes.
Yeah, no, he's just updating the adjournment schedule, or not the adjournment, but the recess schedule.
Okay. What about Juan Passarelli? Because he said he's not going to bother with the updates, but he's going to give us commentary, analysis. What is he saying? 39 minutes ago, he put on, okay, we know that's day 18. What is this, 3 hours ago?
Well, what he said was that he was done trying to
Makes sense.
relate, you know, give a moment by moment update of what the prosecution was saying, and rather than give any you know, airtime or thought to their arguments, he was going to take a stick and poke them.
Well, good. No, but he says in a tweet of 3 hours ago, the judge did not allow 40 political and human rights organizations to monitor the case remotely, the same way I do as a journalist. No open justice. The hearing is delayed. Okay, so there are 40. I'd like to know which 40 political and human rights organizations.
I don't know. The only reporting that I've seen on it has been, the only organizations that I've seen cited have been Amnesty and Reporters Without Borders. And then there's always, and 38 other organizations, but they don't go into who those organizations are.
I wonder if there's a journalist that can tell us who the other 38, or is it the other 38, or is it 40 on top of Amnesty and
no, 40 total.
40 in total. I'd love to know which organizations are in the 38.
And how many of them are not connected to Naomi Klein?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. I'd love to know who they are. Court adjourned. So maybe somebody could tell us who they are. Well, I mean, I'm imagining that some of the journalists that are following this very closely would know who the 40 political human rights organizations, sorry, the 38, who the 38 remaining ones are. Yeah, definitely agree with Juan on this. No open justice, definitely no open justice.
Oh, to answer your question, Rob Juno, sorry, I'm just now scrolling up the chat and looking. And by the way, if anybody else has questions, please throw them in here while we've got a little bit more downtime, although they should be coming back relatively soon.
Yeah.
But no, it was my first go round with an extradition case, Rob. So I don't have anything to compare it to other than what I already know about, like Laurie Love's case. So whether or not it gives me more or less faith in the justice system, like I didn't have much going in, and I haven't at this point been swayed to build more. You know, I'm going to remain cynical by default, yet cautiously optimistic.
Mm.
I guess that's.
Yeah, I'm going to note down to do for myself to do a little bit of research on the onus of proof in extradition hearings in the UK, if I can find.
I thought the assumption was in favor of extradition, and it was up to the defense to prove otherwise.
I'm not sure I would call it an assumption.
Well, presumption, whatever.
Well, yeah, I won't comment on that only because I'd like to, you know, do a little bit of research on how the UK, well, you know, what the onus of proof is and the standard of proof in the UK extradition hearing. So I'll try and find out something about that, just so I can be more sure about what I'm saying about it in case somebody asks. And just to verify that for myself before I open my mouth on it. So, so I've made that note. Onus of proof, standard of proof. Just from memory, you know, because we're not in a criminal trial, it's much easier to get this through the door. Onus of proof, standard of proof. And I'm going to see if I can find out which organizations were rejected by Baretza. What was she afraid of?
So the Canary,
Yeah,
has an article up. So somebody sent it to me on Twitter, where this is about the lack of the reporting that the BBC is engaged in on this case. And it says people have been talking about the BBC's lack of coverage. News monitoring group Media Lens has been all over the issue. Media Lens directly asked a BBC journalist where the coverage was. And they call out specifically Daniel Sanford, who is the Home Affairs correspondent for BBC News. And he said that the case is being covered by our World Affairs unit. I've been in a few hearings, and it is slightly repetitive at the moment. It will return as a news story. The Canary says if by repetitive, Sanford means world leaders demanding Assange's freedom, witness evidence that undermines the entire case, and press freedom like his being at risk, then yes, the trial is repetitive. But a comment on social media by another journalist makes for a more damning reading. And this is James Dolman, who is chiming in on this and says, just as a note, as someone sitting in court, there is a BBC reporter there filing copy every day. So blowing a hole in that.
well, the BBC, as far as I can tell, has not put out one, not even one truthful or balanced article.
And Tarek said as much. Because the cloud video platform that he's on, he said there's people from the BBC in there. He said there's people from other, like, you know, the AP, Reuters, you know, other massive international news organizations. But if the reporting that they're giving is flawed on purpose or, you know, on accident, then it doesn't matter how many outlets are in there. If it sucks, it sucks.
Well, I suspect that, you know, when they do put together the big story, there will be little that has anything to do with reality in it, because that seems to be the pattern. The BBC refused to interview Neil Smeltzer. They refused to cover, for a long time, I don't know if they have recently, they refused to cover the UC Global story. They smeared Vivienne Westwood. They've been smearing Julian for forever. So perhaps it's better that they're silent, and we should be ready for that smearing, the big smearing story that will eventually come out. And you know, the BBC. There was an article. I think I brought this up on another vigil. There was an article about their past relations with the UK intelligence. That for 50 years, UK intelligence was vetting their journalists. I imagine after they got caught, they decided to be more careful. And now they're vetting content, I suppose. But in any case, this is very abnormal for a publicly funded broadcaster, funded by the UK taxpayer.
That oddly enough isn't labeled as state television like RT is.
Oddly enough, yes. Yeah, well, yeah.
So I did talk to Alex from Red Star Radio here, and he said he'd be home in about 15 minutes or so, and he'll pop in for a minute when he.
Great, that's wonderful. Honestly, his last video, I pissed myself laughing.
Right on.
So talented.
Oh, dude, his delivery is so good too, because you expected him to like start saying some drone ass just super monotone shit, and then he opens his mouth, dude, and it's so good. The guy cracks me up. His Twitter posts are gold, man. That guy makes me laugh at least a couple times a day.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad he's going to be on soon. I'm sure he'll have something. He can throw some light on. Well, I'd love it if he knew who the 40 political, whatever NGO, human rights organizations are, apart from the two that we know about. But yeah, no, we could. It would be good if you get him on a longer vigil to.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we've tried to connect a couple of times, and you either got the hour wrong, or we haven't been able to make it happen yet. But it's something that we at least fairly routinely discuss. We just haven't pulled the trigger on it yet.
Yeah.
But no, I like Alex quite a bit. He's a good dude, and but I certainly value his opinion and his content. So it's not for lack of trying. We were originally talking about having him help narrate the teach-in videos for us because he's got the BBC voice.
He really does.
He's got Radio 4 voice for sure.
I'll be right back. I think my coffee's done.
Oh, well, that's good. Let's see.
Well, when Alex pops in, I'll rewarm my coffee. It's gone cold. We're all running on high levels of caffeine, I think.
He should be joining here any minute.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. I'm just going to look at an email about the cloud thing that I asked. I'm just going to mute myself and see if I get in.
You there, Alex? You may have to pop back out and pop back in if it's being a fucker for you.
Can I quickly say I got an email about the cloud, the CVP?
Mm-hmm.
Can't say the whole thing. I think I must have expressed my question badly because everyone's thinking that I'm asking whether the journalists are illegally recording. Whereas what I want to know is if the court is recording, if the court itself is recording the video links, the content in the video link. So, yeah, how did I ask it in such a bad way that people misunderstood me? Everyone thinks I'm asking for illegal. No, I do not want illegal recordings. I want the legal ones.
Or it's a stall tactic.
Sorry?
Or it's a stall tactic.
Right.
No, because this was from another journalist. I asked a bunch of journalists, and they're all
Oh, okay,
answering.
gotcha.
No, we're not allowed to record. I know you're not allowed to record. What I want to know is if the court is allowed. Well, obviously the court is allowed to record, but I wanted to know if they were actually recording the, what's it called, live streaming video. What's the name for it?
Cloud video platform or something like that.
Yeah.
They're calling it.
What's the process called? Is it called live streaming? What is it called?
I'm assuming so. I don't know. I don't know
well,
how they're doing it. But.
Are they recording the content of what streams or connects or whatever the word is for? It's terrible when one is high-tech challenged. I'm not very good with the language in that field either. Anyway, I will eventually find out, and if no journalist gives me the information, I'll just straight up do an FOI to the court, and they will say we can neither deny nor confirm. Means I'll have no information at the end.
Yeah. When I asked Mo, his immediate reaction was submit an official request for access to it.
Well, the best chances of anybody getting that is if all the journalists get together and say that they want access to whatever recording was made by the court of the CVP communications. They've got better chances of getting that than, an isolated member of the public.
Do you have any advice for Alex here, Josh? He seems to.
What browser are you using? If it's Safari, it might not work. Need to be like Firefox or Chrome or something.
Okay, but he's on, right? We just can't see him.
If he's on mobile, he needs the app.
Okay. Can he send us a message via chat? Do you think?
I think Steve can DM him or something.
Hmm.
Yeah, I sent another message. We've been able to do like long ass conversations on Slow News Day through Jitsi.
Yeah.
It just depends on what browser he's on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was thrown out yesterday from a couple of them.
Yeah, we had a server issue yesterday. I had to reboot the whole shooting match.
Fuck.
Safari allowed me on for a while and then kicked me out.
Yeah, it's well, Jitsi uses some web standards that Safari only partially supports, so it's just kind of flaky. I'm assuming in the next few versions it'll probably have that supported better because it's a web standard.
So according to Stefania Moruzzi, they just got back in, and Mark Summers is speed reading Michael Tiger's statement.
Can you remind me about who that guy is, Michael Tiger?
Yeah. He was a witness that helped, or was a lawyer that helped expose Watergate.
Oh, okay. Oh, hi.
There he
Hello.
is.
Hello there, everybody.
How you doing, my friend?
Live. All right, Steve, how you doing?
Good, man. It's good to see you again. I missed your fucking face.
Well, tell that to my ex-wife.
Only if you go first. One of those two.
So I'm coming to you live from the south of Manchester, just at a cheery little place called Stockport, currently under renewed perma-lockdown due to Boris Johnson not really being in charge of the country anymore.
That sounds fun.
He
Oh,
really
yeah.
isn't, though, man. We have all of these instances of world leaders who are demonstrably out of power, or not the authority that their marketing says they are.
No. Yeah, it's a classic case of the period that we're in, where the state machine, the wider ruling class, the elite, whatever you want to call it, carry on running things, and it really doesn't matter which suit sits in the chair. He could be replaced by Keir Starmer tomorrow, and it wouldn't make a blind bit of difference. Keir Starmer, who of course is implicated in the arrest and false charges against Julian Assange, and the other thing he was famous for, of course, was prosecuting dirt poor benefit recipients when he was CPA, Crown Prosecution Service head. So he earned that knighthood. He really did, carrying water for the British establishment. But Boris is, I don't remember. I mean, I can remember back to John Major, and I don't remember a prime minister this obviously not in charge of anything. I mean, at least the others were good at lying about it.
Okay, so big thanks to Humanity, who in our Discord chat sent a link to a Reporters Without Borders statement that lists all of the human rights groups that were supposed to be observing this. So I'm gonna, I guess I'll send that over to both you, Josh, and you, Nikki, at some point during this.
Okay.
But
Are there any that jump out at you? Are there any big shot ones that jump out?
I'm not even looking yet. Scrolly. Okay. Let's see. We've got International Federation of Journalists, Sydney Peace Foundation, whatever PEN International is, National Lawyers Guild, Freed Media Movement, Palestinian Center for Development and Media Freedoms, Blueprint for Free Speech, European Center for Press and Media Freedom. What's PEN? Does anyone know? PEN?
Alex probably can answer that better than me.
PEN. I've heard of it. I can't quite remember. I'm going to check it out now as we speak.
Okay. World Association of Community Radio Broadcasters. But no, they're
quite important. Some, especially the Federation of Journalists and the whatever association of lawyers was there, and yeah.
Chief Ruth Smith, Chief Executive Officer, Index on Censorship, Sarah Clark, Head of Europe and Central Asia, Article 19, Big Brother Watch.
I wonder if any of them asked for reasons for being rejected.
I'm sure they did, because Bereitzer had to give a lame excuse.
I wonder if they got reasons, and I wonder whether they responded to the reasons. But anyway.
So bringing it back to what's going on in court here real quick. Tiger gives an overview of whistleblowing in journalism, preventing injustice. It's essential to achieving important social reforms. Gives examples, including Woodward and Bernstein reporting on the Nixon administration and Seymour Hersh. Tiger notes that the prosecution's opening included the word journalistic, whereas the indictment calls WikiLeaks an intelligence service for the people and doesn't use the term journalism. Tiger talks about how common and routine it is for journalists to work with sources and solicit information. The reason that the indictment calls WikiLeaks an intelligence service for the people is because they are directly quoting Julian Assange, who said that's what his vision for WikiLeaks was, not that that's how they were necessarily, like, I don't know, the considering what they were. But that also leads into or ties into Pompeo calling them a hostile non-state intelligence service.
Steve, just to go back to Index on Censorship, I've just looked them up and who their chief executive, Ruth Smeeth, actually is. She's the former Labour MP for Stoke, who was actually named in a WikiLeaks document as a CIA source.
Interesting.
And she was also crucial to the smearing of Jeremy Corbyn as an anti-Semite. So that's who the Index on Censorship has appointed as their chief executive. I think that's what you call capture of an institution.
Yeah.
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 So
You might as well put your hand on a press freedom panel
of Index on Censorship just to make censorship better. Because her entire career is basically as an intelligence service asset or collaborator. So, great job, great appointment.
That's interesting.
Yes. Any other info on the others?
Well, if I get the list, I might have to. Oh,
they didn't let her in. You would think that they would let her in the front row.
Well, she's busy tweeting stuff about retweeting State Department stuff about Xinjiang and the other stuff they're putting out about China. The chair of Index on Censorship is a guy called Trevor Phillips, and if I remember him correctly, he's a former chief executive of the Commission for Racial Equality and a Blairite insider, like Peter Mandelson, who was sort of Tony Blair's personal Dr. Death, was best man at Phillips's wedding. So the two people at the head of Index on Censorship are both British deep state freaks of the highest or the lowest order. So not surprising that they haven't pushed too hard to turn up.
I am surprised though that they weren't given a special invitation.
They'll probably release something at, like, no matter what happens, that was all free and fair, and the only censorship takes place in China.
That's right.
That's usually what happens with these guys.
Yeah.
There's no censorship in Britain at all.
No.
Twitter seems to have taken a shit. I don't know if it has for anyone else. And all.
I'm looking.
Oh
yeah,
okay
it took a shit. It took a shit. Something went wrong.
Something went wrong where?
That's the message I get on every tab.
Oh.
Yeah, even DMs are dead unless our accounts just got fucking taken.
I mean, that's certainly possible. If it's working for you guys, it may just be out here in the States.
Yeah, well, I'm okay here so far. GCHQ.
I'm gonna go look for reports on Down Detector.
I'm okay, except I can't mute or turn off the camera. I mean, none of those.
Oh yeah, it's there's over 2,000 reports into Down Detector.
Oh, what does that mean? That we're not live? Or
no.
Oh,
This is just Twitter.
live.
This is Twitter.
Yeah, this is Twitter.
Okay.
Well, I don't know who's responsible for it, but I hear I should blame the Proud Boys. They're obviously a very dangerous organization. Trump referenced them, so I assume that they control most of the western half of the United States now.
You know, I have personally met and talked to Enrique Tarrio, who is the national organizer for the Proud Boys, and he was a nice guy. Like, I don't really have anything bad to say about him. I'm not necessarily a supporter of his organization, but I mean, shit, dude, like, he was a perfectly lovely gentleman when I had the occasion to meet and speak with him. I mean,
Oh,
granted,
yeah.
Have you heard that
No.
McGinnis guy though,
Bar.
man? That guy's a trip. That guy
Huh?
sets that McGinnis guy though, man. He's said some repugnant shit.
Gavin McGinnis?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was there too, and he was a total fucking prick.
Oh, so
Uh,
he's an actual prick too, huh, in real life?
Yeah. Yeah. Although, according to his own leaked nudes, not that much of a prick.
Oh, poor guy. No wonder he's so
Like
angry.
Just
fucking
explains it all.
immature string bean.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
Hey, dude, I didn't make it. You know, ain't mine. I'm just saying. I just saw the picture.
I guess you took one for the team on that one. I'm good.
Dude, it was one of the. Remember how Andrew was obsessed with Jeff Bezos's dick there for
Oh
a
my
minute?
God, that they stole his pics and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Wasn't it the
yeah,
Saudi
so-
government or some shit?
So Andrew got like that briefly with Gavin McInnes's little.
I'm so glad I missed that. I would have given him shit for that.
Can't they use Photoshop to enhance the image?
I
Well,
mean,
For sure.
you know,
Well,
the
I
thing
think,
about
Jeff Bezos is, as we say in Britain, meat and two veg is now a state secret, isn't it? Given he's worked with the CIA.
oh man,
Ain't that the freaking truth?
There was I'm actually pretty sure it was Austin Powers, but when he's going through like all the British names for the dick, like one of the ones that I still remember to this day was wedding tackle.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's one of those unique British words about that area of the body that makes it sound as unsexy as possible. There couldn't be a less sexy bunch of terms for the genital area than we British can think up. Meat and two veg just makes you think of a sort of a boiled joint and two very unhealthy looking potatoes.
Yeah,
Which ironically is a perfect description of Gavin McInnes.
yeah, and potatoes not necessarily vegetables. Yeah, Twitter's all fucked. So man, I wish does anybody know, and this is a question for the chat too, if out there are people that are giving online updates about this who aren't on Twitter, and I will try and get a hold of Mo or Tarek.
See, I think CN sometimes puts some of that on their website, so you might check there.
Oh, you fuck. Live updates.
I swear they do
So
this shit
your
on
Twitter,
purpose.
your Twitter is down. Is that right?
Yeah.
I can't get to it either. It gives me the
Oh,
interface,
Yeah,
but
we're
it doesn't
okay
load.
here.
Yeah, I'm okay here. Yeah.
Okay, well, if you want to pick an account and put it up on a share screen, we can go through it. But yeah,
I don't know how to use the share screen thing.
so in the bottom left-hand corner.
Yeah, but those functions are not working right now at all. Oh, no, they are. They're back. Okay, that's good. Yeah, the bottom left-hand corner. Yeah.
So to the
Yeah.
furthest left icon,
Share your screen. Yeah.
click on that.
Yeah.
And then go over to the right-hand side where it says whatever browser you're using, tab. Click on that, and then you should have a list of your open tabs. And you click on whichever one has the...
Yeah, you went to... All I see where it says share your screen is you. It's taken a photo of this screen.
It did,
And-
yeah, the tab thing doesn't always work, Steve. Depends on the browser.
Yeah.
Well, fuck, I don't know.
And
Well, we can leave.
and
hang
I
on.
don't recommend people share their whole screen because it shows up.
We do it live.
I'm going to go to Mary again because she's my favorite. Sorry, I'm just going to go to Mary and see what she says.
She's been killing it, to be fair.
Yeah.
You know, she's an excellent journalist that has a lot of clout in Australia. Has been in the business since the 80s. She knows her job really well.
Didn't we have her on briefly one time?
Mary? Yeah,
Yeah.
she was on for about half hour, 40 minutes. And I've talked to her a couple of times through email over the course of this last week, and we're trying to figure out a day to have her on for an extended interview, a more full one. We're not really going to know until it'll at least be the week after next before we can get her back on. But she is one of the, like, I guess all of us are like overcommitted. We were always like, yeah, I'll do that. Sure, I'll do that. Yeah, I didn't know. Okay, that's fine. And then you go to like get scheduled for something else, and you've already committed to 2 other people for that exact time slot. And
well, she's a heavyweight, so she's an excellent journalist. But apart from that, she's an Australian journalist, and people trust her. You know, she's got a lot of clout in Australia, and it's important in mobilizing the Aussies because they are still watching MasterChef. We haven't had much success mobilizing the Aussies for whatever reason. But anyway, I'm looking at what she put up. Okay, what's her latest stuff?
And Alex, since this is your first time joining us on this morning stream, I would like to get your overall sentiment about the last 4 weeks of this shit show.
Well, anybody who's had anything to do with the British justice system would not be surprised that it's turned out the way it has. Clearly, the judge Barretza is operating off a set of spoken or unspoken instructions or assumptions about how to conduct this. This is all, the way the British government's handled this for many years is all bound up with the fact that they are cravenly subservient to the United States on all matters with relation to intelligence and defense or offense matters. So the fact that Assange has been detained for over a year in a maximum security prison that's mostly used to hold terrorist suspects, again, I'm not surprised. This shows how they value, how he is a high value prisoner for them. They will not risk any chance of the remotest chance of him not being under lock and key 24/7. And also the fact that they're prepared to just ignore legal precedents, that they're prepared to override very reasonable objections on the part of the defense, that is, again, I'm not surprised, because this is how the British government operates. This is how there's a huge myth in this country that we have some sort of independent judiciary. We don't. The judiciary is interwoven with the government at all levels. I mean, it's only in recent years that the highest court in the land has been moved from the House of Lords to be our own version of the Supreme Court, but they're all still aristocrats and political appointees. So if you're a magistrate trying these big cases, chances are you're either born into the establishment or you've had to butter a lot of people up to get into that position. And you'll be aiming to not stay a magistrate. Your aim will be to go higher. And you don't get to go higher in the British system by doing controversial things like abiding by international human rights laws and standards. It tells us an awful lot about just how tied in our government is with the US. I think now more than ever, because at least 50 years ago, there used to be disputes between Britain and the US. Now we're basically just one country separated by an ocean and different slang words. The state of Britain at the moment is such that our intelligence services, MI6, and yours in CIA, NSA, and the numerous other different agencies are so interwoven that it's impossible to say where one ends and one begins. So if you're looking at all the stuff that WikiLeaks has exposed over the years, yeah, a lot of it is mainly stuff that implicate in the Pentagon, the CIA, the American government, but it also implicates as well the British government all the way down the line, because every single one of these things has been done with the active collaboration of what is now 4 British governments in a row: Blair, Brown, Cameron, May, or 5 now with Johnson. And the worst crimes that WikiLeaks exposed were all directly implicating the British government, which, by the way, has just passed something called the Overseas Operations Bill, which immunizes British military personnel from facing lawsuits or criminal trials for war crimes committed overseas. So it's clear what is going on and what a almighty stitch up is being provided for the United States government by their allies in Britain. And it wouldn't make a blind bit of difference if the shuffling corpse of Joe Biden wins the presidential election in November. The relationship between Britain and the United States, it doesn't matter who is in power, whether it's a different prime minister or president. It remains one of partnership in imperial crimes, basically, with Britain as the junior partner, but still not an unimportant piece of the wider US empire. And I'll just also want to say that the fact that they are more than prepared to essentially turn the legal system into an absolute joke. Again, they've been doing this for foreign governments for years. Saudi princes get their divorce work done in London courts. They sue people who write hostile articles about them. So in London courts, using our draconian libel laws, which can basically be taken advantage of by any maniacal dictator or tin pot monarch who happens to be under British suzerainty, mainly the Gulf states and the Saudis. And that's what you get when you look into this trial and why the British government's taking the actions that it is a picture of how British imperialism now operates. That 60 years ago, after the Suez Crisis, they took a strategic decision that they were going to basically operate as the junior partner of the United States. So the fact that our media is just utterly craven. Most of the corporate media types, from doesn't matter whether it's Guardian, Telegraph, Mail, whatever newspaper or TV station, most of the big journalists they want to be Americans so bad it's embarrassing. They prostrate themselves before the powerful, and so 3/4 of them prostrate themselves before the US government. The other quarter prostrate themselves before the German government. So great choices that we've got available to us. So I think, and as for public reaction here, as you've seen from the footage outside the court, it's starting to pick up more and more. There is a big slice of British political life that's outside of the mainstream that remains, thankfully, very much anti-Westminster and anti-authoritarianism. And I think that trend sort of bisects the traditional divides, and it's bringing more people out, which is good. Still, though, I mean, it takes a hell of a lot to shake people awake in this country. Usually it comes in the form of a recession or a loss at the Football World Cup.
So Twitter is back. I've got a couple of updates here real quick. We've moved on to Gareth Pierce's statements. The first one laying out the history of Assange securing Ecuadorian asylum, recaps embassy spying, and the first time I believe that it's been introduced into the court, there's been a statement about Ecuador ceding Julian Assange's personal legally protected property to the United States government. And I don't think that that's been discussed at any point in the hearing so far, but it's another one of those just gross violations of any semblance of rule of law, where Julian's personal effects, including all of his communication devices, were shipped to the United States upon request, even though they legally belonged to Julian Assange. Kevin has a little bit more. Gareth Pierce's second statement details legally privileged that materials being on. Where did it go? Pierce's second. I don't know. It's just a repeat tweet. God damn it. So now Twitter is fucking up and reposting tweets. Maybe that was Kevin. I don't know. I'm going to give Kevin the benefit of the doubt here, though, because he's the good Kevin. Let's see. Mary says, oh, there's like a 20-some minute gap. And it's still about Tiger's statement. So,
could I ask Alex a question about the DSMA? What can you tell us about the DSMA system and the committee, Alex?
I think you're referring to the intelligence committee system that the British government runs.
Yeah, they issue their DSMA notices or D notices. I don't know what they're called these days.
Oh yeah, the D notice is the old school word for it. It's essentially just a blanket ban on reporting of a particular issue that the government has issued for a very long time. It goes right the way back to pre-World War II. They usually do this in collaboration with the editors of the major newspapers and now news channels. So they'll slap a D notice on all manner of things. I mean, back in the 80s, it was D notices on the leaks that came out of the Foreign Office and Ministry of Defense from like Clive Ponting and the others, if you remember those cases where the MOD people and Intel people leaked a series of things in books about the 70s and the 80s, and I think Peter Wright was the other one who leaked a load of stuff about MI5 bugging and burgling their way across London, in their own words, to undermine the government of Harold Wilson. Something which, incidentally, George H.W. Bush was also involved with, but that's another story. But then again, who would be surprised? They also used D notices to clamp down on stories about industrial action back in the 70s and 80s, to limit any kind of solidarity, again with the full agreement of the what was then the Fleet Street editors and broadcasters. So it's what it tells you is that the D Notice Committee is essentially British journalism is a closed establishment circle. It's very rare that before the days of mass internet provision, it was very rare that a D notice was broken. Usually it was in the case of those books in the 80s, I think they were published in the United States and Australia, and they got basically then brought back to Britain, and the MP Tony Benn read them out and at Speaker's Corner. I mean, these days it's very hard to impose a D notice and have it follow, considering you can just go online and find the story elsewhere. But given that a large number of people still do get their news from the so-called mainstream capitalist press and state capitalist media, it's still quite effective at just shutting things down. It's not until you get into the details of a case like this that you realize that you talk to people about it and they find it extraordinary. You say, oh well, he's been imprisoned for a year and he's no threat to anybody other than, you know, the ego of Mike Pompeo and Hillary Clinton. And people think, well, that can't be right. We're a free country, we don't do those things. And that's still the effectiveness of the mainstream, and the fact that the D Notice Committee is the symbol of what British journalism is. It's collaboration between the interests of the government and the interests of the very rich men.
And what do you think about the BBC being one of the members on that joint committee, a publicly funded broadcaster?
BBC, from its earliest days, has been a propaganda network. It was founded partly as such. Its original founder, Lord Reith, very much was a British establishment figure. It was used to run, and it's one of its earliest phases was it was used to run propaganda against the 1926 general strike here. It's always been anti-worker. It's always been on the side of the employers and the government. It's always run propaganda in favor of every war the British government's ever been involved with. And its hierarchy has dozens of people with ties to the intelligence services. In fact, it's seamless the way you can move from one to the other. There's a famous line in John le Carré's great work, Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, where they're discussing somebody who's completely useless, and one of the characters said, "Oh well, I think the best thing for him is to palm him off on the BBC."
Yeah.
And of course, there's a long history of MI6 and the CIA using journalists for espionage. So again, once you get into the weeds of the British government media structures, you'll see that the press is only as free as the small group of rich guys that run the country want it to be. Again, this is a case where if you look through it, you can find everything wrong in British society represented in it, basically.
And why has the working class in Britain been unable to counter all that? Is it because they've swallowed all the lies? You know, what's the way to get around such a powerful, monstrous machine?
Do you have 12 hours spare?
No, but I've got time to watch your videos. So
I'll try and do it inside about. I'll try and sum up. Essentially, what's happened in this country, and I believe it's probably the same in the US to an even greater degree, is that there used to be in working class communities in Britain alternative structures that shared information and perspectives and understandings. Those were centered around the old workplaces, the old communities. And that was always a threat to the British ruling class, because it created sources of authority in working class areas and people who were sources of authority who weren't incorporated into the state structure. So like the Labour Party is and always has been completely incorporated into the state structure, but you had people outside of that in working class areas who could actually take a wider truth or an anti-employer, anti-government message and be listened to because they were trusted. And really, the objective of the Thatcher, Major, Blair governments was to completely annihilate that alternative structure of working class experience and information sharing. So also through that, atomize and destroy all sense of solidarity and community, to leave people feeling isolated and afraid, and then be bombarded 24/7 with propaganda. So what we're in another phase of is really a 40-year operation to make sure that the kind of nobody can grow a consciousness that exists outside of mainstream narratives, and that's a big part of the fact that we're in a permanent information war, essentially. I know Max Blumenthal uses that term, and I think it's very correct. And I would one of the Italian communist parties uses the term state of preventative counter-revolution, which comes out of their experience with the false flag attacks in Italy in the 70s and 80s, which is all the narratives that get bombarded into people's homes are all constructed to basically inculcate a sense of isolation and powerlessness. And it's deliberately done to give no wider context or narrative. It's just event, tragedy, event, tragedy, event, tragedy, outrage, sex scandal. And that's British media, British capitalist media. And every time we've tried to, there have been attempts to go around it, but it's always, the problem that's always been run into is that, and this goes right back to John Pilger's experiment with a daily newspaper that was meant to be the daily newspaper of the left in the 80s, was that back then you had to use, if you wanted to get something printed, well, you had to go to a big firm to get a mass print run done. There's 1,000 ways they can sabotage you trying to do that. Earlier on, up to the 60s, the Trade Union Congress in Britain published a daily newspaper called the Daily Herald. Used to have some pretty big journalists went through there. That ran for about 60 years, from the beginning of the century to the 60s. It always struggled to make any money because no one would advertise in it. It always struggled to even find paper to be printed on. So it would come out in odd shapes and on like rough newspaper that you could barely read, because people who sold newspaper, the kind of print paper, wouldn't sell it to those that published the Daily Herald. And eventually, when it went bang, got bought up by the Mirror Group, as it was back in the day, and eventually got turned into a newspaper called The Sun, which was then sold to Rupert Murdoch. So the former Trade Union Congress daily newspaper became The Sun, which became Murdoch's chief rag in Britain. So the internet does give us much more opportunity to do this, but in terms of getting out there, in terms of mass media, it's very much still a work in progress, because getting around the big broadcasters and newspapers and the narratives they set is still very hard to do. And that's before you even get to the censorship angle.
And what about the alternative media in the UK? Why do you think they haven't massively amplified the message about WikiLeaks and Assange and this hearing?
Because there's 6 of them, and 2 of them have already been on these broadcasts.
Yeah, but as you say, as Steve says, there's not that many. There's like Gordon Dimmock, a few others. There's nothing like the scale there is in the United States, and that's partly because of I think that's partly because of a legacy of the fact that the state broadcaster, the BBC, is so dominant here in terms of its coverage, that at least the system that you have in the United States is one where a lot of individuals and small companies spring up all the time, even if they turn out to be utter shite. Here we just have very few people who've taken it up. So pretty much all of the independent broadcasters have covered it. It's just that there's not many. I think I'm the 7th, and that's it. And I'm fitting it in between odd jobs and various other different things to make a living. So I think it's a question of the fact that the state broadcaster here is so incredibly dominant. It's not, our media culture is very regressive.
So is there hope? Is there a way? Is there a way to?
Oh yeah, I mean
to amplify.
There is an opening, because the Johnson government is getting weaker and weaker as its obvious, completely useless response to the virus. It's swinging between massive overreactions, repressive clampdowns, and then attempts to open up, then reversed. And it's obvious that there's a void where a government should be. Essentially, we just got to keep banging the drum. I mean, it's better now than it was. I mean, I remember right the way back to the anti-Iraq war movement, and that was massive. But even then, getting the message out was hard. These days, you can get the message out quicker, but we live in a state of such deliberately constructed depoliticization that breaking through, it's not easy, but I remain hopeful that we can break the wall down, or in words of Roger Waters, tear down the wall.
So we got some brief updates. They flew through Gareth Pierce's statements. She did go into some detail on her own legal meetings with Julian and the embassy being spied on, the chilling effect on preparing for these proceedings. Now we've moved on to statements from Bridget Prince, the second of which includes the full transcript of Julian's 2010 speech at the Frontline Club, which the prosecution quoted from in cross-examination, I think during week 2. In order to give proper context, because the prosecution, of course, only pulled out like 1 or 2 lines from the entire speech in order to attempt to, paint Julian in a negative light. So because this statement is being submitted, the prosecution immediately objected to it. The defense would also like to include new comments from William Barr, which were made on the 16th of September during the proceedings. And then a little bit more detail on the Frontline Club video. It's from a 2010 Q&A conducted by Video Link. The prosecution tried to say that Julian Assange's answer contradicted testimony about his mental or psychiatric health. So it must have been week 3. This is all kind of blending into one long, inescapable sleep depth experience. I don't.
Now, do you know what comments William Barr made on the 16th of
I
September?
don't, but I'm looking. Maybe. Oh, I can't find anything, or I can't find the quote that they're speaking of. I'll go
Okay,
ahead and ask, and maybe, maybe the Assange defense account will.
Because if it's the Pompeo approach of threatening the court and its members, it would be very interesting. If Barr also decides to threaten people openly in the court.
Well, he hasn't threatened to invade inner London yet, so he hasn't taken the John Bolton approach with as they did with The Hague.
Yeah, I mean, well, we've done that. The U.S. has done that historically with the ICC. Just as kind of like, I don't know, like yawning or getting up and putting your pants on. Let's threaten the ICC with sanctions. I'd like to ring my butler for a sandwich and a telephone, for which I can threaten the International Criminal Court. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing any new
well, we can
new
find
tweets
out.
coming through, and I'm gonna have to bounce here in about like 10 minutes at the latest. I gotta fly. Let's see. Judge says that the witness, Dr. Deely, didn't agree that the video contradicted the diagnosis, so it won't be accepted. So I guess they're going to disallow the statement. The judge also says that the Barr speech doesn't reference Julian by name, so it's not a significant enough development to include. It really looks like Breitzer and the prosecution are doing their level best to guarantee that all of these statements don't get entered into the record. They're the rate, the rapidity at which they're being read is a complete disservice to both Julian Assange and the interest of this open justice, which Breitzer again expressed an extreme fondness for at the beginning of this hearing. Not today, but like a month ago when this shit started.
Good old British justice. Yeah, you can always get justice in a British court if you're a rich guy, a Saudi prince. Just not if you're, well, anybody else.
Well, it's good to know that somebody's looking out for the Saudi royal family because, you know,
they do a lot of hard work. Thomas Friedman told me they're very nice people.
You know, Friedman may have a more punchable face than Ted Cruz. I think it's the mustache alone. Like just the mustache. Like I'd want to punch Thomas Friedman right in the mustache. Like if I happen to break a nose in the process, you know.
Oh yeah, there's not many men who are supposedly journalists who have racked up the body count that guy's propaganda is associated with.
Jesus Christ, you're not wrong, man.
He's probably comparing notes with Mohammed bin Salman on the bone saw purchases in Home Depot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Recommending a specific model.
Yeah. It's the one Tom uses to cut up his interns with.
Mm-hmm. Jesus. We hadn't really had a dark broadcast.
Yeah, I'm glad to have brought the dark twisted humor of the English Northwest on.
Oh yes, thank you.
I am available for parties. Very reasonable rate.
I'm interested in more of what you say about the media, how it works in the UK, who owns it, whether financially or politically, and how to get around the media blackout relating to Julian's case. I mean, how do we screw them, really, and fast? Because I think I think.
I mean, one of the pressure angles to push is, one of the most disgraceful roles that's been played is by obviously the Guardian newspaper. I'm sure you've covered that before on here, which ran that complete bullshit story about Manafort visiting Assange in the embassy, which was very much part of the whole warming up for taking him out of there. They've been compromised by the British intelligence services for a number of years after they covered the WikiLeaks and the Snowden revelations. Basically, the secret police stormed in there, seized all their hard drives, and essentially, I believe a not so subtle threat was made, caused the resignation of the previous editor, Russ Bridger, who, for all I think he's a bit of a twat, did decent stories when he was there, replaced by Kath Viner, who's just turned out to be a complete hack for the British government. I mean, the Guardian's always been a mixed bag, but now it's not a mixed bag anymore. It's just pure propaganda. Pressure is battering them in public on Twitter via and as many letters as you can send in, badgering their journalists, basically just politely but firmly pointing out, wow, is this what you got into this for? I mean, I for my shame, when I was younger, back in my early 20s, I actually wanted to be a journalist, and then I was put off it by a guy who just quit print journalism and said, "Oh, forget it. There's no scope to do interesting stories anymore because it's all just huge pages of advertising and buttering up various rich people," which is what's happened to print journalism. And of course, the other person who's crucial to the British media's degeneration is Murdoch, who has been a big presence in UK media since the late 60s when he bought the now defunct newspaper News of the World, bought the Times. The Times very much is the establishment's reading material of choice because it's that sort of bland, white bread liberal conservatism, which is she's beloved by the British ruling class. He's been behind a lot of the sort of worst pieces of propaganda that have been done over the last 52 years now. So on the upside, when he carks it, which will be pretty soon, his useless children will fall out with each other and the empire will collapse. So that's a fun thing to look forward to. His various ex-wives will try and get hold of the various bits of it.
Should have a Murdoch as dead day too.
Yeah, Murdoch's dead day celebratory live stream.
We're doing that for Kissinger.
I don't know if I've told you this or not, Alex, but yeah, I'm going to throw a party every year on the anniversary of Henry Kissinger's death, provided he dies before I do. And if so, you are, you are absolutely welcome and invited, and please.
It'll be an honor, and I will be throwing something spectacular when that criminal lizard man in a human costume, Tony Blair, finally bites the big one.
Oh, he's got probably another 50
years.
I don't know. He's looking pretty rough.
Oh yeah, well
he looks like the fucking Crypt Keeper now.
Oh yeah, he's so. He looks like a cadaver. It looks like
he's got that
same surgeon as Biden.
He's got that Skeletor look about him.
Yeah, like almost like Fire Marshal Bill, like where his skin is just stretched to the limit over his skull, and the eyes are sunk about 1.5 feet deep. Now they're on another break. They're breaking until 4:05 p.m. London time. And with that, I should probably get the fuck out of here. But thank you both very much. Nikki, you've hung out all morning and all week. I really do appreciate you taking the time and your insights. Alex, my friend, it is really good to see you. While you're here, please let people know where they can find you and they can find your work. And let's get you on the show here soon.
Yeah. Certainly, Steve. You can find me, just look for Red Star Radio on Twitter, and there you can find the link to the YouTube page. Going to be doing a live stream tonight covering the presidential debate, which was one of the best pieces of comedy I've seen in years, and the Assange case, and also the bill they've just passed excusing British military war criminals from ever having to face consequences. So 10 p.m. UK time for that one tonight.
Okay, great. I'll be following it.
Thanks very much, and good to see you in person.
Good to see you in person and to talk with you.
All right, guys. Well, I'm sorry that I don't even know if it's the conclusion of the hearing at this point because they're breaking again. If it does carry over to tomorrow, expect to see us. If not, we will see you on Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, and then Sunday I will be joined by Craig Pastajardula. Alex, if you're not doing anything Sunday evening, feel free to pop in on that one, because I think you and Pasta and I could have some fun conversations.
Yeah, I'm around Sunday, Steve. So yeah, count me in for that.
I will make sure that you get the link, my friend. And again, guys, October 11th, a week from Sunday, Reverend Annie Chambers will be back on the show. Ian Schlackman will be back on the show, and I will be introducing a new co-host who will be with me. I'm pretty sure it'll be 2 out of the 4 Slow News days per month. So very excited about that. And just thank you guys for hanging out with us and being a part of all of this with us. It is still mind-boggling to me that Action for Assange was the only fucking outlet to try to put a live streaming coverage together. But we're crazy, and we love you and have no regard for our own personal health or safety. So that's what you get. So yeah,
what you call freedom.
What's that?
I said that's what you call freedom.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, if we don't see you tomorrow morning, we will see you Saturday, and until then, good luck to us all.